this work. I'm proud to hold my title as co-director at Keep Growing Detroit, an organization here in Detroit whose mission is to build a food sovereign city where the majority of produce is consumed by Detroiters, are grown by Detroiters in Detroit. And we tackle that in many ways, and that's not why I'm here. I'm not going to tell you all the things that KGD does, but we can have that conversation later. But again, I'm starting to ramble, and I wanted to, again, thank you all for being here and to committing to caring for each other and for this land and to think about the next 7 generations ahead. Again, welcome to Wauwiatunong. I hope you enjoy your time here. Miigwech.
What a powerful way for someone to sort of speak their truth about the land that they currently inhabit, and we certainly appreciate that opening here today. Next up on the agenda, we're going to have a series of welcoming remarks from a number of people, and I'm going to read those folks off, and we'll just come to the stage in order after that. The first person we're going to have, Tafir Rushton, who from the city of Detroit, who is the director of the Office of Sustainability. He's also responsible for urban agriculture. Following Tafir, we're going to have Dr. Tim Boring, who is the director of the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Following Dr. Boring, we're going to have Christina Salenbean, who is the acting state director for the Michigan USDA Farm Service Agency. Following that, we'll have Mr. Gary Lee, who is the state conservationist for the Michigan USDA Natural Resources and Conservation Service. And then we'll have remarks for John Berg, who is the acting deputy administrator for farm programs with USDA FAS. Tafir?
Good morning, and thank you so much to the USDA and to Brianna and her team for hosting us. It is so fitting that you guys are here in Detroit. This is my city, and I love this city, and we are doing big things. As Rosebud said, I must say, what up, though, to the family. I'm here from the Mayor's Office of Sustainability. And as you go out into Detroit, hopefully you'll visit some places here in Detroit. Maybe you went to Oakland Ave last night and got some good food. Maybe you went to Nurturing Our Seeds and hit the after party. I want you to know a couple things about our city. Our city, you'll see a few things. You'll see some beautiful, dense neighborhoods. And you'll also see some neighborhoods that have maybe 1 or 2 houses on the block, who have obviously been through the gamut. You're looking at a city who was built for $2 million, and we're now a little over 600,000, for all the reasons that you can imagine, from urban renewal to redlining to racial uprising. You all know the story. The urban ag movement in Detroit has been about developing resilience in our communities. It's been about people coming together to make their neighborhoods better, to teach our children. So you'll see neighborhoods that look maybe different than your city, but you'll also see this amazing spirit of creativity, of drive, of resilience, of self-determinations, of leaders who made a lot out of a little bit. I implore you to continue to support the urban ag movement, because it is more than crops and vegetables. It's that, and it's more than that. It's about reconnecting ourselves to the land, and it's about reclaiming our neighborhoods and reclaiming our spirits. So with that, I'll turn it over to, I think, Tim. Hey, Tim.
Well, good morning, everyone. You've got a long list of people providing welcomes to you this morning. I'll just say from the state perspective, I'm thrilled to be here. Welcome to Detroit, welcome to Michigan. With apologies to Blong and anybody else from California, you are in the most diverse agricultural production state in the country that has a reliable access of water. So you're in for a treat here in Detroit, in Michigan. Thrilled to host you all here. Yeah, hey, we got to go. Yeah. I can't say any more succinctly of why urban ag is a priority for us here as a state than what T just talked about. I'm really privileged to work in this field. It's fantastic to work in ag. There's no other industry, no other field that touches people's lives in such a concerted way on a daily basis, right? It's economic opportunities in so many ways across the state, but it's the environmental aspects of not just the protections, but it's the resiliency, it's the climate change mitigation. It's these cultural and social aspects that's really a defining feature of Michigan through all of our work in food and agriculture and natural resources. So it's a wonderful area of opportunity for us to continue to invest in and build a better quality of life here in our state through the work we're doing. At our department, we're really prioritizing resiliency and diversity and how ag is a component of economic opportunities. We're really excited to continue to ramp up what we're doing in food production and just these pieces of diversity and resiliency that T talked about, right? Our work is more than just about economics and just about food production. It's cultural, it's social drivers. Through our most recent budget that's going to be just recently signed, will be going into effect in October 1. We're excited to stand up a new farm to family program, which is going to be really a multifaceted way of just better incorporating food into our department. It's support on farm level for small and medium-sized farms doing things the right way of growing food. It's addressing a lot of these distribution and processing challenges we certainly have here in the state, but I know are challenges in so many of your other states as well. It's about getting food into communities in a more comprehensive way, whether it's schools or restaurants or grocery stores. We've got some really fantastic opportunities ahead of ourselves to be increasing quality of life all across the state. But this urban ag effort is so fundamental to just what our social identity here as a state. So I'm thrilled you're all here. I'm thrilled that so much of USDA's focus and efforts within urban ag is centered in Michigan in a big way. So excited for what this conference is going to be for the next couple days. Excited to have you all as advocates and partners in this space together. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tim, on the heels of those comments and T's as well. Again, just want to thank you so much for and welcome you to our Great Lakes state here in Michigan. We're incredibly proud of the diversity of Michigan agriculture. And summer in Michigan means that produce season is in full swing. So thank you so much for taking the time to be here, because time is incredibly valuable. And here at Michigan Farm Service Agency, we're so excited that Detroit was chosen as a host city for the conference, as Detroit is one of our 2 urban agriculture cities in the FSA pilot program and is a leader in urban ag nationally. With a long history of supporting ag producers since the 1930s, our local FSA service model has been designed to support grassroots efforts and the incredible hard work it takes to build something from the ground up. That's something that our Detroit and Grand Rapids growers know all too well. We acknowledge the challenges that the community faces when trying to establish themselves in urban growing and food systems. We continue to learn about ways to support our growers, evolving technologies, new means of production, as well as barriers to success, and where we can close some of those gaps. Detroit is a prime example for the nation and beyond of how local producers can join together and meaningfully change the way that agriculture is understood. We're so honored to partner with the growers in this community as we work to modernize and adapt into a more inclusive and dynamic agency. The basis of our programs is rooted in farm records, and no one partners better in the area of farm records than our partners in Michigan NRCS. Together, we work seamlessly to meet our customers where they are in their operations, working to get basic producer eligibility and farm records set up and established. So thank you again for joining us on this journey of supporting urban agriculture and the role that FSA can serve to help grow and develop the next level of ag leaders here in Michigan and beyond. During the next 2 days, please introduce yourself to the many FSA staff who are here. We're very excited to continue to build these relationships. Thank you.
Good morning. You guys should be all welcome out, so I'm not going to welcome you. I've never seen so many welcomings to a place. But I'm Gary Lee, the state conservationist with the Natural Resources Conservation Service, a public servant for the last 40 years. That's what I've done, served the public. It's only befitting that the National Urban Ag Conference is here in Detroit, because Detroit is the mecca of urban agriculture. And NRCS had nothing to do with that. The Farm Service Agency had nothing to do with that. We did nothing more, nothing less than what we're asked to do as public servants, serve the public. I'm confused by the need to stand up an urban office independent in any county. I'm confused by the need to set up an urban office when the Farm Service Agency and NRCS has offices already established in those counties. What NRCS and FSA did in the state of Michigan is provide a service for the urban farmers in the urban areas. Nothing more, nothing less than what we did for the rural farmers in the rural areas. That's what we're supposed to do as public servants. So my message to everyone, be you a urban producer or a USDA employee, is to build relationships, be creative with the programs that you have. That's what we did here. I have to give thanks to our Farm Service Agency partners. I traveled throughout the states for the last 40 years, and I hear horror stories about how the Farm Service Agency sets up roadblocks for urban ag producers. That never happened here in Michigan. I'll tell you a story. Freddie McNeil was an agronomist with USDA NRCS in Flint, Michigan back in the mid-90s. Freddie was a member of a local church in Flint, and he had a vision that they would have backyard gardens, they would produce fresh food and produce, and also provide job opportunities for some of the younger people in the communities. And Freddie is responsible, I would like to say publicly, for getting us involved within that space back in the mid-90s. So when I got here in 2007, the machine was already rolling, it was already built. All I had to do was follow the lead. We have some great partners here. I am happy to be part of the Urban Ag Initiative and push throughout the nation. You guys enjoy yourself while you're here. Get out, but network and talk to the people in Detroit, some of the farmers and some of the partners, because they are amazing to work with. Thank you.
You all have to be tired of hearing from these shiny shoes instead of the dirty boots out there. So I'm going to just be very brief. My name is John Burge. I'm the Acting Deputy Administrator for Farm Programs at the Farm Service Agency. I want to acknowledge, first of all, I want to welcome and thank you for the invitation, give you greetings from all of my USDA colleagues, including the Administrator Zach Ducheneau, who could not be here with a very recent travel change, our Undersecretary Robert Bonney, and the rest of our leadership, including Secretary Vilsack. I want to acknowledge the USDA staff that are in the room. So USDA staff, if you wouldn't mind standing and being recognized. Rosebud, I want to pay special tribute to you for your land acknowledgement talk this morning. I think that was an excellent way to level set what it is that I think we're attempting to do, at least I'm hoping to do while I'm here, in bridging the gap to promote both the hope that we can grow more food in different ways in smaller spaces in urban areas, but also to reconnect culturally to food production in urban spaces as well. Farm Service Agency and USDA have been engaged in urban agriculture with varying degrees of success for a long time. We have not always gotten it right. But this administration has put some resources behind those efforts. We now have, I think, 17 county committees stood up in our pilot states, and there are many, many more to come. We have an interest in promoting those same flexibilities, Gary, that you just talked about. Talking about ways that we can make our programs fit urban agriculture. I come from a state, Nebraska, far western Nebraska, far from any urban areas, where lands are measured in quarter section and sections, where we grow corn and soybeans and wheat and sugar beets at scale. And we don't think about how people are growing food for human consumption in small spaces, in greenhouses, in garden patches, in pots. That's the way that farm policy has been developed over the past 50 or 75 years, is large industrial scale agriculture. And what we've lost in that is not only our connection to the food and those that grow it, we've also lost our cultural connection in how that food is produced and consumed. We're making an effort to change that. I will tell you that things at USDA and federal policy sometimes take a long time. Sometimes they're glacial, right? But one of the things that I hope that you recognize, and I plead with you to recognize, is that there are those of us here, you saw that number of people that stood up, that are here to listen. I'm presenting later. You all can come. It's in the LaSalle room at 10:30. And we're going to be talking about some of the ways that we're trying to promote flexibility in our farm programs to fit urban agriculture, to fit small-scale, smallholder production. And I hope that that's of interest to you. But part of that presentation is not just me spouting off what we're talking about with the non-insured disaster assistance program or farm storage facility loans or farm loans or what have you. It's to hear from you. You all have seen the barriers that you face as urban producers. You all know the challenges that your communities face or that your nonprofits may be facing in accessing assistance to make those things happen. That's what I want to hear. I got my pencil sharpened and I've got my notebook. Let's get to work. Thank you very much.
Well, I hope everybody is feeling welcome in Detroit. All right. So this conference is actually funded and hosted as a part of sort of this national initiative focused on urban agriculture, where the USDA is setting up shop in 27 cities across the country. There are two primary organizations that are sort of serving as the principal on those initiatives. And so we have a short sort of a change in schedule. Dr. Ronald Howell was supposed to come up initially and introduce those programmings. But what we're going to do is go ahead and bring up the principal investigators for both of those projects. So first, I'm going to welcome Dr. Cindy Ayers-Elliott to the stage from the Time Organization, and she'll sort of give an overview of sort of the tendencies that she's responsible for as well as the work that they're doing with that initiative. So Dr. Elliott.
Good morning. Good morning. I am so happy to be here, and let me thank this great state of Michigan and to all that's here for welcoming us. For a little farm girl from Jackson, Mississippi, I do feel very welcome here, and to be with each and every one of you across this nation that's gathered here, that we can actually see and be on the same principal idea of making a difference in bringing access to urban areas. I want to thank all the great words that's been said, but the best is yet to come. Because being here right now means that it's more than just words, it's action. And that's what we're here about as farmers. And I can speak for farmers, small farmers, minority farmers, farmers of color, because I am that. I am Cindy Ayers Elliott, and I'm a farmer. I am a farmer in urban ag space. I'm excited to be, and I'm proud to be a farmer. And we ask only for an addendum to this great agenda. To my sister that just came before me and speaking her truth, we too speak our truth as being toils of the soil servants. We too speak our truth and what we do and the reason we're here. I'm pleased to be here representing TIME, T-I-M-E, which is Time for Us. Now, it stands for to improve Mississippi economics, because Mississippi is home for me. And my first truth is to see if I can make a difference at home, in our soil, as your truth should be to you. And now to be on this national stage, to be gathered here with all of you, this little farm girl from Mississippi, from the Delta side, from the Central side, from the side that didn't have access before, speaks our truth and my truth to each and every one of you. There's so much for us to do in this space. It's access time, and to all of our agencies that is giving and opening more doors and windows, and we'll take those windows too. We'll put seeds in that and make you some beautiful plants to eat, not just something to see. I'm proud to stand here to represent the next standing of the next 10 great cities to come and partner with the 17 cities that's already here by the next man you're here and what they've done thus far. And we've taken that mustard seed from what they've given us, and we are spreading it throughout. Let me give honor to all, but let me give to these new cooperators, these new states that will be coming in. And right now we're still in that virgin territory of being made whole. My truth will be coming and be seen from Boston, Massachusetts, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Las Vegas, Nevada, Houston, Texas, speak up, Memphis, Tennessee, Little Rock, Arkansas, Denver, Colorado, Kansas City, Missouri, Columbia, South Carolina, Jackson, Mississippi. These are the 10 states, the new 10 areas that will be coming aboard to join the great 17 that's already here. But we're not just journeying, we're now connected. And we're no longer to say we're here and we're there, we're one. We're 27 strong and we're still building, because there's still more communities out there in the urban side that need what we have. We have the opportunity to sit and to help change policies, to help change regulations. We got to be at the table. So to John and to others, I welcome being able to help to sit at the table. To my sister that's here, we have to sit at the table. Some of the things that we've had and we're lost, we'll never get it all back. That does not stop us from continuing to build this great country of America. We too are the children. We too are the children. It's time right now for us to set this foundation for it's as strong as it can be. We too are the future for our children. We got to set some things aside where we never can forget. We got to take from our ancestors have given us and be stronger. Oh, let me speak my truth. To each and every one of you, speak your truth. Don't just stand up and talk about it, be about it. Don't just come and sit here, do something. To our policymakers that's here, to all of our policymakers, tall and short, to all our policymakers that makes a difference from our commissioners to our board of supervisors, our commissioners, our mayor's office. All of this is a power that we have to be a part of access to. We are part of you. Let us bring the strength that we have. Let us bring the other talents and the things that we have that can all make a difference. It's all about us. It's we. And together there's nothing we can't do. I want to thank, again, each and every one. And the opportunity, and see, the opportunity has been given. Again, this small little black girl from Jackson, Mississippi, from the Mississippi mud, that believes that everything we do is rich. And I know, holding hands with my sisters and my brothers here as farmers of this toiling soil, it's nothing we can't do. Power to urban ag, power to urban ag, power to urban ag. Thank you. My counterpart is coming. Again, if you don't remember anything, I am Cindy Ayers Elliott, but the thing I want you to remember, that I am a farmer, and we are planters of seeds, not just in the soil, but also in the minds. Power to urban ag.
Next up is the principal investigator for the initial 17 cities that are part of the National Urban Agriculture Initiative, Mr. William Crutchfield, the director of the Small Farms Outreach Program at Virginia State University.
I don't have much to say. It's all been said, but I do have a few comments I'd like to bring to you all this morning. I trust that this time together with you will be more evidence of how important that urban agriculture has on production agriculture, and that we're all in this together. I hope that over the next 2 days you will take the opportunity to assist in bridging the gap of the future of USDA in urban agriculture. And at this time, I would like to introduce to you the 17 cities and cooperators that started the building of the bridge. Would you please stand and be recognized? Those 17 cities that met back in Atlanta, I didn't have the opportunity to be with you. Would you be stand and be recognized? Let's give them a round of applause because they started this journey almost a year ago. And the purpose of this conference is to bring the two groups together. So with those duly inducted 10 cities that Dr. Ayers talked about, would you stand and be recognized? And over the next 2 days, we want to make sure that you talk to the 17 cities that have already started, crossing the bridge. They've already had some problems, and I don't like to call them problems, but opportunities, working with USDA and with the university and with the NGOs. So let's make sure that we come together as one and we build a bridge to USDA to let you know of the various opportunities that USDA has to offer to you, just like they offer to the rural farmers. Thank you and welcome to the first, and we hope the second one is not too far behind, right, Sid? National Conference, and welcome to the great city of Detroit. Thank you. And now I'm about to be fired because I'm supposed to bring up my boss, Dr. Robert Corley, the Dean of the College of Agriculture at the Virginia State University.
He, she, or they who plant an urban garden plants a seed of hope. Hope for today, hope for tomorrow. Great morning, everyone. All right, that's pretty good. One more time. Great morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2024 National Urban Ag Conference, Bridging the Gap. I bring you greetings from a place that sits high above the Appomattox River on a lofty hill in Virginia, a place that since 1882 we've been about the business of transforming communities one at a time, just like what you're doing here. That place we affectionately call Virginia State University. Woo, 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 woo. Our founding father, Alfred Harris, said, "I want a place where all may come and drink from the fountain of knowledge until your thirst is satiated." That's what we're doing today. But not just knowledge, because you've heard about continuing to build the gap. I also want to let you know that at Virginia State University, we have a saying. It says that greater happens here. Now, greater happens here because of great students, great staff like Mr. Crutchfield and our Small Farm Outreach Program. Give him a hand, come on. Ms. Brianna Stevens, we appreciate her work that she does in leading this effort. I also acknowledge that Small Farm Outreach is a component of our cooperative extension, and we have our associate administrator right here, Dr. Janine Woods, and we have other people here, so give her a hand too. But not just because of them, it's really because of great partners. And great partners we have with USDA, as you've heard, with Cornell University, with Virginia Tech, and with Time. Thank you for those wonderful words. But equally important because of each and every one of you. So I grew up about 3.5 miles from here. And I want you all to know that when I came here, it looked like home. I grew up in Gary, Indiana. Gary, Indiana was an industrial city. We lost 100,000 people. We went from having street lights to stop signs. Just think about that. I can count the number of street lights that we have now. They put up stop signs. What do you think happened to the grocery stores? We went from 15 to 20 grocery stores to about 3. And so if you think about it, I can just travel 10 minutes down the road and you see all of the corn in Indiana and everything, but for us, that 10 miles was like 100. As you think about the impact on our community, the impact on our children, the collapse of schools, the impact on our health system, all of that is what we've experienced. Part of what we're doing today is to close that gap. By bringing food production closer to where people live, urban agriculture helps to reduce the carbon footprint. It increases access to fresh foods in food deserts, and it creates community connections. Community is culture, and culture is community. There's a person named Ron Finley. He said that growing your own food is like printing your own money. I want you to think about that. Growing your own food is like printing your own money. So overall, urban agriculture plays a vital role in creating a more resilient, self-sufficient city. It promotes a healthier and more sustainable food system for all. As I begin to close, I want us to think about the power of urban agriculture. We talk about food security. Urban agriculture helps to increase, again, fresh access to locally grown urban food deserts. But I also think about when I grew up, there was an urban garden everywhere. Every family had one. We had the marigolds, 3-foot tall marigolds that were right here. We had the collard greens, we had the tomatoes, we had the hot peppers. My neighbors over there had apples. We could go to the fence line and we could share. That was culture. That was real community. We took care of each other. It made us be closer to nature. When you think about environmental sustainability, shout out to, was it Oakland Avenue? To give you an idea about the impact on environmental sustainability, there was several trees over there yesterday when we were out there, right? And you know, some of us were kind of huddled underneath those trees to get a little shade, right? And then when the rain started, we also get some cover. Imagine those spaces where that doesn't exist. Imagine the impact on people's mental health, right? Community building. Agriculture provides opportunities for community engagement, social interaction, skill building. You know, what is more closer to God than working with our hands and being able to plant a seed and produce something from it? And then the relationship that it provides with our neighbor. Community building. Fostering a sense of belonging and empowerment. Economic development. Urban agriculture can create jobs, stimulate local economies, support small-scale food businesses. By selling local grown producers or produce at farmers markets or through community-supported agriculture programs, urban farmers can generate income, contribute to the economic viability of their neighborhoods. When we were in Atlanta for the regional meeting, and we had our reception, one of the things I really impacted me was the connection between those folks who were less fortunate and the farm that we actually started our reception at. They knew each other. Those folks, some of them could have been homeless. They knew them because they provided food for them. And so you think about community wellness, community support, they protected each other. Last thing I want to talk about is this health and wellness. I'm going to give you a statistic for college students. College students, 1 out of almost every 11 have an active suicide plan. Think about that. If you're in a line, 1 out of every 11 persons had an active suicide plan. Urban agriculture promotes healthy eating habits, physical activity, and mental well-being. By increasing access to fresh fruits and vegetables, urban agriculture can help combat diet-related diseases, and now we know even our mental health situations can be related back to the foods that we eat. You think about health disparities in most of our areas, being able to reduce those, to improve nutritional outcomes and enhance overall quality of life for our residents. So kind of in closing, I want to say the overall power of urban agriculture lies in its ability to transform urban spaces into vibrant, resilient, and sustainable communities where food is grown, shared, and celebrated as a fundamental part of urban life. I want to thank you today for joining us. Let's get started on making a positive impact on our food systems. I want us to think that the future of urban agriculture is in your hands. So let's cultivate a sustainable and thriving community together. And I end with this. We can heal the earth, and when we do that, we heal ourselves. Agriculture is the foundation of civilization and the root of all prosperity. And in the word of my colleague over there, agriculture or urban agriculture forever, Hell State.
All right, folks, I'm extremely honored to welcome to the stage our keynote for the evening. Made in Michigan through and through, U.S. Senator Debbie Stabenow continues to lead public policy and improve the lives of people in Michigan and Americans across the country. Her leadership is characterized by an unrivaled work ethic, the ability to build bipartisan coalitions to get things done, and a commitment to public service that has set the standard for constituent service. Throughout her years in public service, she has blazed trails and opened doors for women and girls. Among her many firsts is she was elected as the first woman elected to the United States Senate from the state of Michigan. As the chairwoman of the powerful Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry, her work continues to shape our nation's food and farm policy for generations to come. The 2024 Farm Bill will be the senator's sixth farm bill, and the third she is led as either chair or ranking member of the committee. Senator Stabenow has long championed urban agriculture as both chairwoman and ranking member of the committee. It was through her leadership that the 2018 Farm Bill formally recognized urban agriculture at USDA. establishing the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production, and also supporting a variety of different grant programs that support urban agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a true public servant, Senator Debbie Stabenow.
Good morning. Oh my gosh, good morning. Welcome to Detroit. You look awesome. This is wonderful. Everybody here for urban agriculture. I mean, this is amazing. I see our great Director of Agriculture in Michigan, Tim Boring here. Thank you so much, Tim, for your leadership. You know, this is an exciting time, and thanks for the introduction, Marcus. But I'm just so glad you're here. How many of you went yesterday and looked at some of our farms in Detroit? Did you get it? We're doing pretty good, aren't we? Yeah, we're doing pretty good. And where's Jerry Ann? I know she did the great reception last night at Oakland Avenue Farm. We're just so proud of her being on the national committee, and so proud of all our efforts here. You know, I got to thank William Crutchfield for his leadership, and Dr. Cindy Ayers Elliott for her vision as well. All the planning committee. I know this doesn't happen without a whole lot of work to be able to put together what is a terrific multi-day program. It's really impressive. And so thank you so much for that. And of course, all of our Detroit and Flint and Saginaw and Grand Rapids and Muskegon farmers, everybody from Michigan who's making it happen in urban ag. I'm just so proud of all of you. Now, let me tell you though, we actually have a history more than we think we do on urban ag issues. So I know you're getting way down in the weeds, as they would say, to talk about specifics. But I always want to take us back a bit, because it was right here in Detroit in the 1890s. Raise your hand if you were here. Okay. That Mayor Hazen Pingree helped his community convert vacant lots to what he called potato patches, 1890s. At its peak, this program grew produce on hundreds of acres in the city and helped feed more than 1,500 families at the time. And this was coming into what was happening in the Great Depression as well. While World War II urban agriculture, as many of you know, was synonymous with patriotism, because more than 20 million victory gardens sprouted across the country, producing more than 40% of our fresh fruits and vegetables in 1944. Detroit again led the way in the 1970s with a program that they set up called Farm a Lot. Farm a Lot, you remember? To help families supplement their food budgets. Sound familiar? So throughout our history, urban agriculture has been at the heart of communities and cities and towns virtually around the world. And we saw how important things were during COVID to provide local access to food again during a crisis. It shows that no matter where we are called to have a connection with the land, to understand where our food comes from. It's not just the grocery store. We need to know where our food comes from and respect and understand and support it, and to understand production and what that means, whether it's in a city or a large rural farm. Urban agriculture is continuing to flourish and finally receiving the recognition all of you deserve. And I know it's because of your incredible hard work, and I'm so proud to be your partner in all of that. If you look around the world, there are 800 million people that farm fruits and vegetables and livestock locally in cities around the world. So this is not new to America, certainly. And in our United States, I'm really pleased to say that urban agriculture has grown by more than 30% in the last couple of decades. More than 30% because of all of you. And we're going to make sure that keeps growing, right? We're going to make sure that it just goes like this in terms of this, the benefit and the activities and the jobs and everything that comes with urban ag. In Detroit, there are more than 1,400 community gardens and farms supported by more than 20,000 Detroiters so far. We're so excited that our mayor of Detroit now has an urban agriculture coordinator in the mayor's office. This is fantastic. But not just in Detroit. I mean, for us, and I know you're from every state in the country, but in every part of Michigan, Detroit and Pontiac and Flint and Saginaw and the other side of the state with Grand Rapids and Muskegon and up north in Traverse City and the UP, what we call Upper Peninsula. Somebody from the UP? This is great. But we are seeing this grow everywhere. And I think it's absolutely essential. I also think, and one of my challenges, if you leave with nothing else that I have said today, my challenge to you is to tell your story. That is how we make change happen. It's how we get an urban farms coordinator in the city of Detroit. It's how we get money in the federal budget. It's how you get money in the state budget. It's how you get zoning changes and other policies that you need. Are a couple zoning issues out there for anybody? Yeah, I know. It does not come by accident. This has been a fight. It's been a fight every step of the way federally in terms of the Farm Bill. I'll talk a little bit more about that. But the truth is, people need to understand that urban agriculture does provide fresh, local produce directly to the community. In urban food deserts, this can fill a critical gap, and we need to talk about that, a critical gap, and provide a pathway to improve food insecurity and nutrition to neighborhoods and communities, ensuring that fresh produce gets to people who need it. But the benefits go way beyond nutrition alone, as you know. We're in this thing called a climate crisis, which is very real, and people can ignore it, but it's still coming. It's still here. It's still beating us over the head. And issues around sustainability, the environmental benefits for enhanced green spaces, improving stormwater management, air quality, sustainability, focusing on soil management and carbon sequestration. I could go on and on and on. How important agriculture in general is as we tackle the climate crisis, but how important urban agriculture is in all of this. You're creating jobs and economic opportunities. You're providing new pathways to educate and engage people, again, on where their food comes from, which is not insignificant in a world where we need to support farmers. And if people don't understand the challenges of farmers, we will not get the support that farmers need. There are so many wonderful stories about what's happening. I have to just pick out a couple in Detroit. I could keep you here for hours, and I know there's more of a program, so I won't do that. But you saw some yesterday, and again, I want to thank Jerry Ann Hebron for opening Oakland Avenue Farm for the reception. And I want to also lift up the others that I have been visiting and communicating with in the last little bit. Green Boots Veterans Garden and Market. Is Travis here or somebody? Supporting our veterans and doing wonderful, wonderful work in terms of local fresh foods, but also supporting our veterans to re-engage in a meaningful way. Working Roots Farm, which transformed an empty residential lot into a farm, providing options for folks who had limited access to the grocery store. Fisheye Farms, which sells organic crops through community-supported agriculture at local restaurants and on farm stands. I could go on and on, but I have to mention one more, D-Town Farms, the largest Detroit urban farm, which grows, as you know, I think you saw it last night. Did you see it yesterday? Yeah, a large variety of fruits and vegetables and herbs every year in a sustainable message. They've been out there the longest, and founder Malik has been the proverbial Pied Piper of urban farming. Malik, is Malik here? I know he's going to be speaking to the conference. But it's so important to have leaders like this who've been in it for a long time and can tell the story about the important sector of farming called urban agriculture. I know that you have unique challenges in an urban environment. We understand that, and I know that's part of why you're here, to share information and help us help you be able to do more to support your efforts. Municipal water can be expensive and difficult to access. Probably pretty common theme. Rainwater alone's not reliable enough, and tracking water from outside sources is expensive. Access to water can be the difference between a farm struggling to make ends meet and a thriving small business. I'm really proud that this last week I helped announce a pilot in Michigan. We do a lot of pilots in Michigan that I then put in the Farm Bill to make nationwide. And the latest one that we announced with Gary Lee, our great NRCS state conservationist. I don't know if Gary's here, but I think, is he there? You're right in front of me. I can't see the, Gary Lee, right here. All right, with Gary and our USDA partners and local urban growers, we were out at our wonderful Green Boots Veterans Garden and Market last week to talk about a new pilot related to water that we hope will show more that we can do together. This is going to be a pilot to fund new types of innovation around water. And I'm really hopeful that we're going to have some real results to show you and things that we can do policy-wise and funding-wise to go even further. So thank you so much, Gary, for your leadership, and Tim for your leadership, and Travis and the whole gang. Now let me just say, finally, a bit about the 5-year Farm Bill. We do a Farm Bill every 5 years, although it usually takes 6. It's never done in 5. I've been involved in 6 different bills. None of them were done in 5 years. But hope springs eternal. But the truth is that we're now on year 6, and I'm still unsure exactly what's going to be happening, because the only way you get a farm bill is with a broad coalition. It's got to be agriculture, large and small. It has to be the people who eat the food. It has to be conservationists. You know, it has to be biofuels. It has to be sort of everybody. And in addition to all of the reasons I've talked about for adding an urban agriculture office and initiatives and funding in the 2018 Farm Bill, it was to broaden that coalition. So everybody's in when we talk about a food and farm bill. And that's what we're struggling with right now, with colleagues of mine, unfortunately, on the other side of the aisle that want most of the resources to go to a very few numbers of people in very large farms. And so that's not going to get us where we need to go. And that's what we're wrestling with right now. But I was so glad that we were able to get the funds and the initiatives in the 2018 Farm Bill, the establishment of the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production. We've invested more than $50 million into 230 grants and cooperative agreements so far on urban agriculture. We established, as you know, the Federal Advisory Committee for Urban Agriculture and Innovation Production. And this is allowing the USDA to focus on specifics of what you need, which is very, very important. My wonderful head of our urban agriculture efforts, Khadijah, is going to be speaking to you shortly on all the programs and the specifics, so I won't get into all of those now, but I will say this as I started. We have to have your voice in this debate. Last year in appropriations for the Office of Urban Agriculture, the House of Representatives zeroed out the money. And we had to fight like crazy to get it back in, which we did. Thank you, with your help. But we don't want folks thinking it's okay to zero out that money. We want them to understand not only substantively what you do, but politically what you do to make sure they can't just turn their back on urban ag. And so I need your help. We need your help to tell your story, whether it's the city, the county, the township, whatever your local government is. Tell the story statewide, and certainly tell the story in DC with senators and House members, because we're not going away. We're not going back. Urban ag is only going forward. That's what's going to happen. And the way that's going to happen is by telling the story of all of the important ways in which you have an impact on your community, on the people in your community, on the environment we are all struggling to get our arms around here to address the climate crisis in front of us. You do all of that and more. And I'm so proud to be your partner. Thanks so much.
Oh, come on, we can do better than that. She is truly our Shira. She's truly our voice. So heartfelt. We'd like to just take a moment. I know she has a lot of these on her walls because of the great work she's done throughout this country, making a difference. But we, Urban Ag, would also like to add to that wall. We want to be that other addendum that she can go to and point to. So on behalf of the 27 strong urban growers, we have a presentation. Okay.
All right. So, good morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to be here. And like Dr. Ayers Elliott said, she has many accolades and commendations already on the wall for the great work and the many years of service. But one thing that we want everyone to know that's sitting in this room or listening virtually, that this new ag initiative would not have been possible without the hard work and the dedication of Senator Stabenow and her leadership. In making sure that USDA and FSA have resources that we've been able to put out across the 27 cities and the tribal location that have been announced. And so I just want you all to join with me in another round of applause, because Senator Stabenow is the reason why you're here.
So we'd like to share because it's from all of us, and it reads, National Urban Ag. We got our own symbol and everything. We're there, guys. With our greatest appreciation, the National Urban Ag Initiative hereby presents the Honorable Debbie Staublers this commendation and recommendation of your advocacy and commitment to advance urban agriculture. We salute your efforts and celebrate you from our memorial services given this day, 5th day of August 2024, National Urban Ag Conference in Detroit, Michigan, from USDA, Virginia State University College of Agriculture, Time to Improve Mississippi Economics, Virginia Tech, Cornell University, all major partners. And to you, with great pleasure and honor, we present this.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, I know. We got lots of friends. Oh, okay.
They trying to get the picture. Somebody's got to keep it straight.
Thank you.
Certainly, thank you to Senator Stabenow for being here and all the great work that she's doing. Two quick things before we break here. There are a number of, as has been mentioned, there's a number of USDA representatives here. There are several state executive directors from the Farm Service Agency, as well as several state conservationists with NRCS. If you're from some of those states, make sure that you go out to those tables and engage with those folks that are here, as well as the rest of our exhibitors. Also, when we come back, as Senator Stabenow mentioned, we're going to do a session starting at 10 o'clock right back in this room. We're going to talk about updates related to the new Farm Bill. And so with that, we're going to take a break until 10 o'clock, and we'll be right back in here at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Good morning again. I know that everybody is enjoying the networking and the engagement, but if we can go ahead and get you to return to your seat so that we can get the next section of the program started. All right. This is good information. You're not going to want to miss it. All right. If I can have your attention, please. If I could have your attention, please. All righty. So without further ado, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce our next speaker for today, Khadija Jafia. Khadija Jafia is a professional staff member for Chairwoman Debbie Stabenow of the Senate Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. She works on issues such as nutrition, local and regional food systems, food waste, urban agriculture, underserved producers, and nominations. She earned a MSPH from the Galen School of Global Public Health at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and a BA from Spelman College. Khadija is a native of Birmingham, Alabama, but lives in Washington, D.C. with her pup, Benji. Benji, right? Is Benji? Benji, all right. Where they enjoy all the dog-friendly activities that the city has to offer. Without further ado, I want to introduce to some and present to others none other than Miss Khadija Jafia.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and thank you, Dr. Howell, for the introduction. Just a small note there. I mentioned my dog, Benji, because I think many of you who are in DC or have visited DC know that he is also a part of Senator Stabenow's committee staff, where he comes to the office every day and does his job with great honor. So that's why I mentioned him there, and I know that some of you have met him when you've come to DC. It is so wonderful to be here with you this morning, and truly, truly an honor to be a part of this monumental occasion. As was mentioned before when my boss made her remarks, this work truly would not have been possible without her, but it wouldn't have been possible without you all. Much of what she covered and talked about when she was here, addressing you all, is telling your story. We cannot get this right without you all telling your stories. I know that many of you know I am not a farmer. You're the farmers. So to the extent that you're reaching out to me, you're talking to me, all of the different folks here that have just let me call them up, email them, hear about everything from top to bottom, things that would otherwise seem perhaps very elementary to you all. It is so important that folks like myself and others on the team really understand your work. Don't fret, there are some folks on our team that are farmers. I'm just not one of them. So we do have a breadth of knowledge from folks, but just want to make sure that you know not to underestimate your feedback and your contributions to this work. Today I'm going to talk to you all about urban agriculture, of course, and the upcoming Farm Bill. Some of the things that we'd like to see continued from the 2018 Farm Bill, and things that we've come up policies and programs that we've tried to come up with based on conversations that we've had with all of you. And I also want to talk to you about how you can continue advocating for these policies and programs that support urban agriculture. But first, I'm going to start on what exactly the Farm Bill is. I live and breathe the Farm Bill every day, 24/7. I know that is not what you all do, so I'm going to try and give you a little bit of background. The Farm Bill is a 5-year law that covers a variety of issues. So obviously not just urban agriculture, but we have nutrition, conservation, forestry, research, crop insurance, rural development, commodities, credit, trade, horticulture, and much, much more. The very first Farm Bill was signed in 1933, and its main focus was providing support for struggling commodity farmers, and it was a very small set of commodity farmers. Nearly 18 Farm Bills later, the focus of the bill has expanded into a comprehensive food and agricultural legislative package. Because of the broad nature of this package, as my boss mentioned before, getting this bill across the finish line requires a massive, massive effort from a bipartisan coalition. You know, I mentioned all of the different topics that are covered in the Farm Bill. You know, we have to balance the priorities of foresters on tribal lands. We have to balance the priorities of nutrition folks who are I am drawing a blank, but you know, folks that operate SNAP, folks that are organic producers. I mean, there are so many priorities to balance, and so we talk so much about this broad coalition and making sure that you all are all in the rooms together talking about your individual issues and finding your common ground. That's what gets us across the finish line. In the last Farm Bill, the 2018 Farm Bill, we had quite an accomplishment in terms of this broad coalition and getting the most bipartisan votes ever for a Farm Bill in history in the Senate. The vote was 87-13. In the 2018 Farm Bill, oh, please, go for it. That is a massive, massive feat. And my goal, and I know that it is my boss's goal to surpass that, to get even more bipartisan support for the next Farm Bill. The 2018 Farm Bill, as you all have heard before, recognized urban agriculture for the very first time by creating the Office of Urban Agriculture and Innovative Production at USDA to serve as a resource and advocate for farmers. Not only is it meant to serve as a advocate internally, but also externally at events like this, making sure that folks understand that USDA supports urban agricultural farmers and that it's not just a place for your more conventional, rurally located farming operations. In addition to the office, it included the Federal Advisory Committee that you all have heard about, where this Federal Advisory Committee advises the Secretary as well as the Office of Urban Agriculture on barriers to access to USDA programs, but also just getting a better understanding, again, of what your operations look like, how USDA programs can be altered to better serve you, those types of issues. Now, when we kicked off this Farm Bill process, I don't know, maybe about 2.5 years ago, I thought to myself, what more can we do for urban agriculture? What more can we do for folks that have more innovative operations? And I think it came down to two very simple things: time and money. When you think about it, it hasn't been that long since all of the urban agriculture provisions from the 2018 Farm Bill were implemented. Because the Farm Bill, the 2018 Farm Bill, did not include mandatory funding for urban agriculture, it included discretionary funding, which is provided through the appropriations process. Because there was no mandatory funding, it only became funded about a year after the legislation passed. So that's 4 years of the 5-year cycle, right? And it takes some time to get new programs stood up, a new office, 2 new grant programs, a Federal Advisory Committee, and many other efforts. That takes some time, especially when the new programs encourage innovation, modernization, doing things differently than USDA has typically done them. And especially because, you know, the goal is to have more intentional service to producers that are, again, not in these more conventional farming operations. And on top of all of that, doing it in the middle of a global pandemic. So I think I want to just pause for a moment and give it up for USDA and the Office of Urban Ag for doing all that's been done in the last couple of years. So the primary goal, again, when I thought to myself, is just to make sure that this work can continue in a sustainable way, in a way that we're not scrapping for change, trying to find dollars to make sure that the work is supported, you know, just to make sure that we can comfortably continue to work on these things. On May 1st of this year, my boss announced her Rural Prosperity and Food Security Act. This is a way to help move the needle in negotiations for what will hopefully be a bipartisan bill. The bill that she released is not a Democratic wish list, as we would have loved it to be, but a balanced proposal that includes over 100 bipartisan bills. And again, that just relates back to the fact that this has to be a bipartisan effort. And I mention her bill in particular because I'm going to talk about what our ideas are in terms of urban agriculture and what we included in that bill. Much of what we included was based on Senator Fetterman and Senator Brown's proposal. It's called a marker bill. Marker bills, just going back to the Farm Bill process, marker bills are bills that members and groups like yourselves will work on as a way to say to the chair and ranking member of the agriculture committees in the House and the Senate, hey, here's what we think should go in the bill. Here's some text. We already wrote it for you, so you're a few steps in. So thank you to all of you that contributed to Senator Fetterman and Brown's marker bill on urban agriculture. As I said before, the goal was simply to provide more time and money. And the way that we do this is by extending the authorities for the programs from the 2018 Farm Bill in the next bill. So just a simple extension of authorization. Super easy, all done. Well, not quite. In extending those programs, again, we allow for the opportunity for thorough assessment and modification of these programs. Like I said before, it's only been a short couple of years, and so making sure that USDA can continue these programs, gather data from the programs, feedback from you all on things in terms of, I don't know, simplifying the application process or shifting the program structure so that the money can go further. Those types of changes, we just simply need time to be able to observe those types of things. Some of the other changes that we made were fairly minor here and there, but broadly intended to clarify the intent and the purpose of the programs. And again, they're generally structurally the same. Some of the changes we make are meant to strengthen the coordination between USDA mission areas, so like Agricultural Marketing Service, Natural Resources Conservation Service, those types of mission areas at USDA. The changes that we make are meant to just strengthen the coordination between those different mission areas. Some of the changes also specify, again, based on your feedback, the unique needs of urban agriculture and innovative production that we have learned more about in the last couple of years. Some of the other minor changes also include prioritizing urban agriculture grant projects that improve access to local foods in areas where access to fresh, healthy food is limited, making sure that there's targeted assistance. We also try to expand access to the grant program for agricultural producer groups and farmer or rancher cooperatives. Something that I'm most excited about in our proposal is to make permanent the cooperative agreements that support work like this very conference. Our bill authorizes USDA to enter cooperative agreements with organizations like Keep Growing Detroit and the West Michigan Environmental Action Council. I see this as an extension of the Office of Urban Ag. We know that the Office of Urban Ag is there to be an advocate, but we already know that there are advocates on the ground. And why would USDA not support that work, support the technical assistance, support the education and the outreach when there are already organizations on the ground doing it? USDA is best positioned to provide these cooperative agreements and funding so that folks can continue doing this work and so that USDA can learn through these experts, again, like Keep Growing Detroit and WME Ag. We also allow for microgrants to be issued through these cooperative agreements, understanding that access to funding for on-farm infrastructure is a major, major need that we've heard quite a bit about. The bill also clarifies the rules and procedures for the urban and suburban county committees, which were in the 2018 Farm Bill a pilot. In the next bill, we would like to see that continued. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that because I know for some of the folks that I've talked to in this room, the implementation of that has been a whirlwind, I guess I'll say. I think the intention there in making sure that these urban and suburban county committees exist is that for some of you, you know that FSA has county committees all over the country. And as long as that structure exists for more conventional operations and more rural settings, we believe that there should be opportunity for urban agriculture and innovative production operations to have similar opportunities because we know that these county committees and other on-the-ground supports through the Farm Service Agency are really, again, the key to getting your work and others' work up to folks in DC and in Congress. So we wanted to make sure that there was that intentional feedback loop opportunity for producers like yourselves to contribute and make sure that your work is highlighted, but also supported very directly, again, through your work. Most importantly, the bill provides $10 million in mandatory funding for this work. As my boss mentioned, as the senator mentioned in her remarks, and as I mentioned earlier in my remarks, right now this funding is only provided through appropriations, and that simply means that if the appropriators in an entirely different committee from the agriculture committees, if they so choose to provide funding, that is how this work continues. We are at risk of, if they wake up one day and, just as my boss mentioned, they decide to zero out the funding. So we just have to continue to push for that funding. And the reason why we provide the mandatory funding in our bill is to make sure that we don't have to have this fight every year, so that there is some consistency and sustainability in your efforts. Again, time and money. Now, most of what I've just mentioned to you about the urban agriculture provisions in my boss's bill are in the miscellaneous title of the Farm Bill. But as I mentioned earlier, there are 11 other titles: nutrition, conservation, trade, all the other titles, that help create a comprehensive set of supports for urban agriculture. From improving credit access for beginning farmers by simplifying application processes and increasing loan limits, to increasing market opportunities to at the local and regional level for things like processing, aggregation, and other middle supply chain operations, and providing comprehensive support for smaller producers overall. It can be really challenging to navigate USDA's programs if you have relatively small operations. So we try to be very intentional about recognizing that need and including supports in our bill that speak to that. Now you're probably asking, what is my role in all of this? And my simple answer, as Senator Stabenow put it before, help us help you. Over the last couple of years, I've worked so much with many of you and to understand how the Farm Bill legislation can better serve you. This work is never ending. When I joined this team about 5 years ago, it was right after the 2018 Farm Bill had passed, the fall after the 2018 Farm Bill had passed, and the work to think about the next Farm Bill had already started. So as soon as we get this Farm Bill passed, the work for the next Farm Bill, it already starts. The work for the next Farm Bill actually is now. Whatever we feel like is not politically feasible, or what we don't have the money for, or for whatever reason, whatever we can't get into this bill, do not lose hope on those proposals. It doesn't mean that they're bad proposals. It doesn't mean that they are not feasible in any way, shape, or form. You all know this very well. Policy is very much dependent on politics, and so what we're able to get done now is not a reflection of what is needed. It's not a reflection of what is always possible broadly, but just about what we can do in the moment. So I say all that to say, we continue to talk about telling your story, making sure you get feedback, and I know it gets tiring sometimes, but just keep doing it. You cannot underestimate the amount of work that is put into hearing out your feedback and making sure that it is directly reflected in our work. I know it's easy to keep your head down and that you're busy on your farms, but please, please, please continue to attend conferences like this, build broad coalitions in your local communities and with national organizations, and again, share your experiences. You may feel like it's odd to find yourself in a coalition with a forester or a research group or someone that works on trade, but trust, if you are in those rooms and you're having the conversations before you get to us and say, here are our ideas, it makes our work so much easier, because if you are not in the rooms with these broad coalitions, we basically have to craft coalitions. And yes, we are comparing priorities across the board, but to the extent that you all are getting in rooms together and comparing those, and again, doing that work before we kind of take over and write the final bill, it helps us out so much. Figure out your differences, figure out what you have in common, and then present it to us. It sounds simple, and sometimes it's not, but sometimes it is. Try it out. As I mentioned earlier, the very first Farm Bill was created with very few commodity farmers in rural settings in mind. We have come so much further than that, but we have to make sure, again, that there's a constant feedback loop. My boss mentioned the NRCS water pilot that she announced last week with Gary Lee. That is the exact type of work that we envision coming from these efforts. Yes, we need a farm bill, but we have existing programs and authorities that don't require legislation to make small changes so that the programs are catered to your needs. So again, continue getting that feedback, continue helping folks understand your needs, and on the other side, folks at USDA will continue getting to know your operations, and together you all can work to bring about innovative changes in existing programs. And don't just talk to me or my boss or other folks on my team about urban agriculture. You have us on speed dial. You need to talk to everyone about urban agriculture, even the folks that you assume do not care about urban agriculture. Most importantly, the folks that you think don't care about urban agriculture. You have to make them understand why urban agriculture is important, not only for you, but for the folks in their communities. It's very often that we will go into rooms or negotiations on the Farm Bill and say, hey, we're hearing from these folks. This is what they would like to see in the bill. And whoever we're negotiating with will say, oh, well, we didn't hear from them. That is very common. Sometimes that's untrue, but sometimes they are simply not hearing from people. So call, text, email, letters, all of it. Do not underestimate it. Most offices on Capitol Hill have a process by which they are going through this feedback, whether they want to hear it or not, because they represent all of us, so they have to bring these issues to their colleagues. Some other aspects of the information that I think it's important for you all to provide, I've talked a lot about providing feedback, constant providing of feedback, but there's a specific type of feedback that is that folks in Congress are most receptive to. When you come to DC, when you write to us, when you call us, it is very important that you tell experiences generally, yes, but we need numbers, we need research, easily quantifiable information. How many jobs were created? How many families were fed? How many farming operations were sustained? What is the scope of the problem that we're trying to solve? In DC and in Congress, we speak in numbers a lot of times. I cannot tell you how many times we've written speeches for my boss, and she's like, I need numbers, I need stories, numbers and stories. So bring your numbers and bring your stories. I know that there is a gap in broad agriculture research, and we are trying to address that. But in the meantime, we need your help getting that information to legislators. Finally, I know that my boss also mentioned this in her remarks, but I would be remiss if I also didn't mention the appropriations process. Mandatory funding for urban ag is not in the Farm Bill right now, as I said before. So before we even, yes, tell your stories to myself and senators on the Agriculture Committee, make sure those stories get to the folks that have the purse, because at the end of the day, currently, while we don't have mandatory funding for urban agriculture, those are the folks that are going to really need to understand your work so that they can keep it funded. Lastly, I just want to thank the conference organizers for inviting me to be here today. Again, this has been truly an honor. I'm just in awe every time I think about this conference, and this is exactly, what I believe my boss had in mind when she included these provisions in the 2018 Farm Bill, and I look forward to continuing working with all of you to make sure that this work is sustained.
All right, thank you so much, Khadija, for giving us that update. That really highlights the importance for all of us to, one, note what the process is for the Farm Bill, but also the importance that for us to reach out to our elected officials and share those stories, but also look at and research which of our elected officials are members of both the House and the Senate agriculture committees, but also those subcommittees, and so that we can share those stories with them as we get ready for the next Farm Bill and Farm Bills beyond. One quick announcement before we break here for our breakout sessions. Our FSA Urban Ag Curriculum Launch and Stakeholder Engagement Workshop, which will be hosted by our partners from Cornell University. That session will be in this room, and that session is only for USDA FSA Urban Ag CEDs and PTs. And so if you're a USDA, Urban Ag staff, and Urban Ag offices, that session, which is in this room, is mandatory for you. All other FSA employees, you're certainly welcome to stay for that session, and you're also welcome to check out our other breakout sessions. Note the rooms, all of the breakout sessions are listed in the conference program. Two of the breakout rooms are located on the fourth floor. If you go outside, this room directly to your right as you're walking out is Kabat. Directly to your left is Cartier. The other two breakout rooms are up the escalator on the fifth floor. So make note of that, and hope you enjoy our breakout sessions. We'll be back in here after the breakout sessions for our lunch and our panel. Thank you.
mic back there. Yeah, there's a mic back there.
These are just my welcome notes, so I'm just gonna leave them on
You
top.
want to use this, or do you want to use the? Okay.
No, this, thank you.
So this is not. We're not advancing any slides here. This
I'm
is
not
just for me.
touching a thing.
It's just that.
Yeah. Kyle. Yes, of course. Just put it in. Good morning, everyone. Hello. I'm going to ask you, as you're beginning to be seated, to pull yourselves forward so we feel like we're talking to a relational room. So if you don't mind taking your seats and getting yourself settled, and we'll just ask you, if you're sitting in the back, if you could move forward, if that's comfortable for you. Thank you. Feel a little bit like The Price is Right. Come on down, Bob Barker, next contestant. If the sound or the technology booth could put the slide that I see on my boot up on the side. Aha. All right, welcome. Because we have a short amount of time, I'm going to get us started, if that's okay. I welcome you to this session. My name is Vicki Giratano. I'm the Assistant Director for Food, Agriculture, and Community Development at Cornell University's Cooperative Extension System. I also have the distinct pleasure of being able to be involved with our government relations team, and so that makes me really excited to have you all here. My favorite part of this is the relational side. A part of our team, myself, we also have Kyle Carnuta, she's our curriculum development specialist. Judson Reed, who's probably landing as we speak. He's our senior extension associate. He's the PI on this project. Myself, who's very fortunate to be the co-PI, and then Mallory Hole, who's our community garden specialist in Buffalo, New York. So we welcome you from New York State. First and foremost, this project's allowed us to connect dots and bring people together. Producers, consumers, policymakers, we're the boots on the ground. You're the boots on the ground, USDA, FSA, and CRS. I mean, when you put all of us together, everything's possible. So thank you so much for being here. We know urban agriculture is one component of agriculture, but a very important component, and it's growing, as we heard this morning, and it's growing importance as well, especially to our local food system. Our collective goal through this project was to move from transactional, the things we have to do every day, to relational, the things that we get to do and the why behind what we do. And so we're just grateful that you're here for this session and that you'll be able to help facilitate some of the feedback. There will be a lot of time for you to ask questions, and we'll be facilitating those questions as well. I'd like to welcome our online participants. We have a Zoom audience out there, so welcome to all of you too. We really appreciate you logging in and tuning in. Without further ado, I'm going to invite my wonderful colleague, Kyle Carnuta, to the stage, and she's going to walk us through this great opportunity that's before us.
My computer is restarting. That's so fun. We've got a lot of hardware up here, so hopefully I'll be able to manage all of this. But hello, everyone. I'm Kyle Carnuta. For those who I haven't met, I know I've been trying to get to know all of you individually. Thank you for being here today. Thanks for the folks online. Leisha, is everything good with the online participants? Okay, awesome. We're going to keep this somewhat informal because we've got great working relationships together. But as far as what we're going to cover today, I guess first of all, if you are not someone who works in an urban service center, you're welcome to stay, but this may not be very useful for you. So just think about that. If you are in any of the 10 cities that I haven't had a chance to get to work with, that's fine, welcome to stay. But this session is really meant for anyone who's working in an urban service center. We're going to start the day with just a quick refresher of the curriculum project. So that's what Cornell's been working on. So a project overview, and then specifically for those folks who are working in the 17 urban service centers. I know last year in Atlanta, I promised some updates on timeline for when you're actually going to see the curriculum. We have that update. And then a look at some of the modules and what we are hoping you can help us do when we launch that curriculum. We will take a quick break because we're going to reset the room to then do a stakeholder engagement mini workshop, and I'll explain that in a little bit. So our project overview, just again, this is resetting, refreshing. I've been working on this every day, but I know I haven't been communicating that to you every single day. So just as a reminder, our goal is twofold with this curriculum. So Cornell Cooperative Extension is building a training about urban agriculture for the USDA, for USDA employees. The goal is to establish knowledge about urban agriculture, of course, but then also fostering a sense of community and collaboration between the USDA and urban growers. The folks who are taking the training right now is limited to FSA staff. The first cohort going through the training will be you, so the urban service center staff in the first 17 cities. But we're now getting more information about some of the partners who will be involved, and we think that this training will be open to anyone at the FSA, potentially also folks at NRCS have expressed some interest now too. So just trying to keep you guys informed. And then the timeline for this is a 4-year timeline, and I'll get into that. As far as what the training looks like or will look like and why, we use those 2 primary goals to inform what our output will look like, so what the actual training will look like. Synchronous and asynchronous learning structures are critical for us to make sure we can get as many people to go through this training as possible while also being as comprehensive and in-depth as possible. So what that means is that asynchronous, not at the same time, we will have most of the training will be available online at your own pace, and that's through AgLearn, which I have now seen, and I kind of like it, so it's gonna be good. But then also we'll have some synchronous components as well. We're really advocating for some in-person training and are hoping that y'all, as the first cohort, will be able to participate in some in-person training next year, especially for some of these more complicated topics like stakeholder engagement. We think that lends itself to an in-person setting, and that's one of the reasons that we'll be testing that today. The workshops that we're hosting are also intended to be relationship-driven. That goes back to our goal of building community and building trust between USDA and urban growers. So I'm going to introduce you today, kind of superficially, but introduce you to some of the urban growers that we've been working with, and they'll be along for the ride both on the online components with some live Zoom sessions, but then also in person. And then as far as customized components, I think we've talked about the toolkit that we're trying to create as part of this. Pretty much anything that we're teaching, we want available as a hard resource that you can print out and check. So hoping that we'll have some templates for you to customize so that there's data that you can access pretty easily that is reflective of your location. We're getting collaborative input from cooperators and local experts. I've been traveling a lot. I have not been home over the last month because I've been traveling and meeting with some of the farmers that are in your areas. So really grateful for all of the participation, and hopefully you'll see that in the training. And I already mentioned the fact sheet. So that's what you can expect. There will be space for questions. And also, please just ask me anytime. I hope that we're friends and you can always email me, but I will have some space for questions during this presentation. So if you're thinking of anything, just write it down and we'll make sure we answer them. Timeline. This is the first time I've been able to present the timeline where we're not in year one. Woo, we made it to year two. I'm still here. So the training begins this year, and I'm going to talk a little bit about when you'll expect to see that. As far as what that training that is launching this year looks like, the folks who are taking that training, like I said, it's y'all, it's the CEDs and the PTs from the first 17 cities. What we're asking is to not only participate in the training, but to give us some dedicated course feedback. I hope that I've been saying this enough, but y'all really are experts already in so much of what the curriculum will entail. So our hope is that you're taking this training not only as a sponge, although we hope that there will be information in there that's useful for you, but I'll also have like a separate feedback process, which I'm going to talk about a little bit today, that I'm, again, just hoping that you believe in this project enough that you contribute to that feedback and give us feedback, please, because we're Cornell, we're not USDA. We're trying to get as much input as possible, but there's just certain things that we won't know how to best communicate to an audience like y'all. You've been such great partners, and I think we're talking a lot, but as you become even more familiar with USDA and your peers, kind of knowing who else will be taking this training, folks who have much less experience in urban agriculture, for example. So we're hoping that you'll contribute some pretty dedicated feedback, because once you go through the first cohort process, we'll get to go through and adapt all of the training. Just keep me busy, make sure that I have some job security. So yeah, we'll go through, we'll update the training to make it as relevant and as useful as possible. The timeline for this, I've seen some of this go up in AgLearn already, really excited, but the goal is to launch that first part of the training, which is what we're calling Program 1. It's 5 or 6 modules, or what we'll now be calling courses, and it's all online at your own pace. We're hoping to give you all about 3 weeks to do that. We're going to launch that this fall. And when I say fall, because I think this is being recorded, fall could be December. So maybe it's December, but maybe we'll get some grace and we can go earlier. But we'll also have a live Zoom session that will take place just right at the back end of the first launch of the online curriculum. So there will still be a live component, even though it will be virtual. Then we plan to launch the second program, so it's 1 training, 2 programs, multiple courses. I'm learning the language of AgLearn as we go. So the second program will launch after the new year, but hopefully like very immediately after the new year. It will be much shorter. And then hopefully we'll also do that in-person training like a couple weeks after that. So my goal, which again, I'm a little nervous about saying this because this is going to be recorded, but my goal is to have y'all completely through the training with feedback given by like April of next year. Okay, yay! Awesome. Oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot to pass these out. Mallory, would you help me? There's some papers that have some of the slides printed on them. We'll just pass these out because I know some of these slides are a little hard to see, but it's just duplicates of the slides. But I just wanted to give an overview again of what you can expect as far as the content, because again, I'm hoping that if you have questions today, you can ask me. The first program, so again, 1 training, 2 programs. The first program is like the introduction. What is urban agriculture? This will be online at your own pace in AgLearn. We'll start with, well, actually I'll get into a little bit of a description of each of these, but you can just see the structure here. And then the second program is application. The second program consists of both an online at your own pace, very quick online at your own pace component on AgLearn, but the last 3 modules is what we're hoping to offer in person, that will be much more workshop driven. And I'm gonna give you just a quick overview of what those modules look like. I will send these slides out. I'm going to make a few tweaks to the language on these slides. Like I said, I'm learning the language of AgLearn, and I did not know that when I had to submit these slides. So instead of modules, we're calling them courses. It's just little things like that. But our first module, which again, we're calling module 0 here, which is confusing, so I've changed that as well. But this introduction is just level setting, like the history of urban agriculture. The next module is looking at food systems fundamentals, so that's not just what is a system and why systems thinking is something that's important for us to think about in our daily lives, but specifically looking at food systems and then urban food systems as a subset of a system. Then we'll look at recognizing urban agriculture. This is what are production practices, what are the different business models or operational models that show up in urban agriculture. We'll also have a module on urban grower motivations and impact. So that's looking at what are some of the benefits of urban agriculture, what are the reasons that people are driven to go into urban agriculture, and start looking at some distinctions between urban and rural agriculture here. Throughout a lot of these modules, we're introducing this concept of identity and relationships and why having relationships and networks is important, and that will be an important one for this module. We'll have a specific dedicated module looking at innovative production. So while the previous module is looking at what are some production practices, this is the module where we're going to really get into showing examples of hydroponics, aquaponics, but also innovative production like intensive growing that does happen in soil-based agriculture operations, also like pollinator plantings, things like that. We'll look at social ecologies and resilience. So kind of tying the theme back together of food systems, why is resilience important, efficiency versus inefficiency, and basically how urban agriculture contributes to that complete system. So that's just the first half, trying to get a lot done. After you complete all of that, all those 5 or 6 modules will be completed online at your own pace. Like I said, we're trying to give y'all 3 weeks for that. We're also trying not to have any module be more than an hour long. And that's inclusive of video content. You're gonna see a lot of my face, unfortunately. Trying to diversify that, but a lot of this. Also a lot of like short responses. So it's an hour inclusive of the work, not just the video content. So after you complete all of that online, there will be a live Zoom session. This is my informal introduction of the producers that we've been working with. So Cheryl Durant is in New York City. We've got Annabelle Curry in Cleveland, Greg Crafter in Atlanta, Bill and Sandra at the Gary Comer Youth Center in Chicago, and then Stephanie and Darren, who are based in Arizona. I think by the time y'all see the curriculum, we'll have everybody except Stephanie and Darren. We are going to see them in February. So you might not see their videos, but I just want to give a huge thank you to all of you for sending so many incredible producers to us when we asked for folks who are representative of urban growing in your area that we could include in the curriculum. I was overwhelmed by how many just like stunning people we got to talk to. We're really grateful for the folks that we did get to go and meet with. I wish we could have included everybody. Like I truly was not prepared for how many awesome folks we got to talk to. It wasn't just me who decided who we ended up working with. We had a group of folks from the New Ag team and also from the rest of Cornell's urban agriculture team that helped vet the folks we ended up choosing. And like, they were so amazing. So thank you for being such great partners. I can't show you AgLearn right now because we're on slides and not online, but this is just proof, it's evidence that we are getting stuff up in AgLearn. This is the staging environment. And look, it's cute, she's cute. So I'm not gonna go through the details of how to use AgLearn. Y'all know that better than me. I actually could really use someone to just show me how AgLearn works. That's what we're gonna do in Portland. But this is just a sneak peek preview that this is really happening. And you can see you might not be able to see because it's kind of small, but it is very video forward, and we're hoping that this will be engaging and fun, and you'll be like, whoa, how did I get through that training so fast? So engaging. This is just a snapshot, and this is in the packet that we handed out as well. Just a snapshot of then, okay, great, so I've completed the first half of the curriculum online. I did my live Zoom call, I got my questions answered, this is so fun. Then this is a snapshot of what the second half, the second program will look like. So I'm not gonna go through and read all of this, you can read this on your own. I'll just give you the highlights. Challenges facing urban growers, and then specifically looking at capital and land access. Those will be 2 topics that you'll also look at on AgLearn at your own pace virtually. Then local, state, and federal policy considerations, stakeholder engagement, and then how to apply our learnings. Those 3 modules are what we're hoping to do in person as like maybe a 2-day workshop. Sorry if that isn't what happens and we look back at this video years from now, but that's the goal. So yeah, just wanted to make sure that y'all had that context. So if you have questions, you know what to expect and what's coming. As for the feedback process, so this is really for this group, thank you, first of all, for all of you who do choose to participate in the feedback process. But it will be so helpful for us. Like, I cannot do this alone, and I'm trying to pull in as many partners as possible, but until we have a cohort actually go through the training, there's just gonna be blind spots, and we know that. So thank you for anyone who does choose to participate. This year, because the first program and the Zoom call is what we're launching with y'all this year, that's what we're asking for feedback on. So step 1 is just participate. You'll get instructions on how to do so. Step 2 is recording your feedback. We will provide forms to you, either in Excel or like a cute little online Qualtrics form, whatever floats your boat. And then just send the feedback back to me. We will give you instructions on timing and what that looks like. So just contribute as much as you want to, as much as you choose, and know that I take that very seriously, not personally. Please give me the feedback. I would rather have it and then make the change so that when we launch this, we have the 17 cities first. I feel very safe with you all. I'd rather make the change now, and then when this launches with, thousands of people who are totally strangers to me, I want to feel very confident that we did the best that we could. Okay, we blew through that. That was great. So now, if you do have questions, I'd love to hear them. We do want to record this online for folks to be able to hear. So if you have any questions, don't raise your hand. Just go up to, there's these microphones that are on stands, or maybe Vicki can bring you a mic. But yeah, if you've got questions, I would love to answer them now.
And also online questions?
Oh yeah, Alicia, do we have any online questions? Not yet, okay. Yeah, so sorry, folks who are online, please feel free to use the chat. Alicia's gonna be collecting your questions.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Leslie Joy. I'm with Mississippi FSA State Office. You mentioned the first quarter of this training process, and that consists of the first 17 urban ag. Mississippi is with the second, I think 10 states. Where do we fall in that?
Yes, y'all will be, my vision is that y'all are cohort number 2 that will go through it. We want to get y'all through the process ASAP. One of the reasons that we're restricting the first cohort, I hate to use the word restrict, but it's a capacity issue for me, honestly. I just want to make sure that I'm as engaged. We're asking a lot of feedback, not even through the feedback process, but y'all will see when you do the training, a lot of the activities are short responses and things that you'll be writing. That's how we're capturing learning. So I want to be able to actually read those, process those, and then we will make some adaptations to the training so that when the second cohort goes through, the next 10 cities, hopefully everyone's hired by then also, so we can have a full cohort, and then you'll actually get to see the next iteration with improvements. So we can say like maybe late spring next year.
Hey, Kyle. I just wanted to ask if there's some process for capturing what we're learning as we go during this training. Because the urban ag situation is changing continuously, FSA is changing, everything is dynamic, and if there's some way of building that in to this curriculum so that it continues to evolve, and that's just curiosity on my part.
That's a great question, and I completely failed to mention that one of the asks that the USDA gave to us is to create not only a toolkit, so this toolkit will feel somewhat more static, but printables that you can have and kind of like collect as you go, but also an action plan. So we're asking a lot of questions of y'all, and a lot of them are gonna be open-ended, so you can kind of interpret what you're learning. But all of that will contribute to an action plan. So kind of like as you're going, even though the first half of the training, which we're calling that Introduction to Urban Agriculture, I don't envision that half of the training changing too much over time. It's a lot of like the history, what you can expect on a farm. It's not so much USDA policy. But as you're going through that training, you might think, oh, this is applicable to my work in this way. We'll be prompting you like that. So there will be ways for you to capture that and then save it for yourself and contribute to this larger action plan. So it's like, oh, I learned this. How am I going to apply this at work? But then the in-person training or workshop that we'll do at the end is going to be a lot of me taking a step back and just providing space for y'all to think, okay, like now we're kind of all on the same page. We're using the same language, or we're thinking about these topics for the first time together. Let's have a conversation, and then you all will come up with how you take that forward, and I'll just be there facilitating space. Oh, yeah, Vicki, we've got, yes. One second, I think we'll do a question online, we'll do Nina, and then we'll come to you.
Okay, I'll be right over to you. We do have some questions online. Our first question is, will conservation districts also be able to access these trainings?
Great question. My understanding is that conservation districts are not USDA offices. And this training will be available on AgLearn. So any of those folks who are on AgLearn will have access to this, but like Extension, for example, we're not on AgLearn, so it's just for USDA employees.
And then if you could please repeat for the 10 additional cities for someone online, wanted to know if they could be in the part of the first 17.
Awesome. We're waiting for the second 10 cities will be part of the second cohort, which will happen, we'll launch that as soon as we can, so again, hopefully spring of next year. The reason is, I think it's nice to have a full cohort, and so we want to make sure everyone's hired in to those 10 cities, but also for my own capacity, it's just going to be really hard for me to manage that many people with as much active learning as we're creating, so you will get the opportunity to get the new and improved version of the training next spring. Nina. I was told these don't turn off, so just try again.
Hello? Okay, thanks. You may have covered this, but just to make sure I understand, when we go through the training, we should be thinking about feedback for other USDA employees to be going through the training, because someday this will be offered at large to anyone who has access to AgLearn. Okay.
Yes, that's exactly right. So when we send the instructions for y'all to go through, it will be in AgLearn, but only folks that have access to like a link will be able to access the training. So we're gonna have to send you all this information. We will include, for those who want to participate with feedback, what those instructions are, but that's exactly right. It's thinking, the way I've been structuring the feedback so far is like content and structure. Is there something that we said in the training that you're like, whoa, no, that was not right? And that's regardless of who's taking the training, we need to fix that. But then also the structure. How did we present the information? Was it too much of this topic, not enough of that topic? Depending on who we teach this to, I mean, that structure could change. So for y'all, it's keeping in mind who you are, but also who's gonna be taking this after you. Your supervisors, the outreach offices, someone who lives in a rural area who's never talked to an urban farmer before, but what they do have in common is that they're all USDA employees. Good question.
Thank you. First of all, I'm kind of confused as to when we talk about stakeholders, and it's only for the USDA employees. As an organization coming a part of the 10 cities that's to be added, and we all faced with stakeholder issues dealing with urban gardening. Then we have community engagement, because the word community engagement, stakeholders, is the same issues that we're faced with as an organization going back to implement the program. So how in the module we are going to support non-government employees as opposed to us organizations out here, if that's understandable?
Oh yeah, I got you. So the scope of our project for Cornell actually is just to support the USDA employees. So this training is going to be available on something called AgLearn, which is their online, like internal training platform. But Virginia Tech is another one of the partners on this project. They're building tools and resources and spaces to support the cooperators. So while we as Cornell are trying to be present in those spaces to learn from you, this training is like taking the things that we learned from you or...
Right?
Yes, very
You-
much so.
You gotta have those things that we're the operators out here. So how does the employee know without cooperating with the operator? If that makes any sense.
I think I'm following, yes. So, like I said, the training itself is just designed for the USDA folks, but I think you may be commenting on the fact that there's a stakeholder engagement module. So that's where we'll be talking about, like, what is stakeholder engagement? How do you engage those folks and have them think about, oh, cooperators, that's someone that we could be working with. How do we work with them? Okay, awesome, but also happy to talk about this more as well. And any ideas that y'all have, like, we're trying to be sponges. So if you've got ideas, we're happy to incorporate them.
I think somewhere along the way, I see a breakdown in communication because of the same information that you're teaching or you're training the USDA employees is kind of take that information and bring it out to us as the operators. So I don't want to confuse the issue, but it is confusing me.
There's an exciting part and component of that, and we're going to take everything you're saying into consideration. As Kyle's working to build this for the contract with the USDA for the cooperators, it's also being built in a partner platform, and just we're going to take this into consideration and see when that partner platform could be released. So I just thank you for that feedback. I think it's important to consider in this room, and we look forward to being able to engage with all of you as we move forward. We're learning a lot about online learning through USDA as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
To help out the operator over there that's a stakeholder, in New Orleans, Louisiana, what we have developed with our 1862 and 1890 university, the 1890 has an urban agriculture certification program. So when producers come to the service center, we do form creations, form serial numbers, and let them know about all the governmental programs that's available. And we advise them to connect to the 1890 University, go to the cohort program of the Urban Ag Certification. LSU, Louisiana State University, is the 1862 in Louisiana. So we connect producers on the ground to those educational programs, kind of to answer the question that he was mentioning. That's what we do in Louisiana, so that could be helpful for other USDA employees after going through the cohort to connect the producers to the right organization that's already had it in place with 1862 and 1890 universities. And we go out and do outreach at those events on behalf of FSA programs that's applicable in the parishes that we administer, and it would be the same urban ag piece because they have an urban ag certification program that they can go through at the land-grant universities in our Louisiana state, and I'm pretty sure other states has that same source available to those producers also, as he mentioned, as an operator on the farm like that. That's a way to connect and bridge the gap with that right there.
Yeah, that's a great point. There are resources that exist. The Cornell resource is certainly not the only, but it will be the only one designed just for these USDA folks. Could we switch, instead of my face, could we have the slides, please? You don't need to see me. This is a much better slide. Okay, we're gonna take just like a couple minutes to reset. If we don't have any more questions online, Leisha? Nope, okay, great. We're just gonna take a couple minutes to reset. It would be awesome if y'all are comfortable to maybe a couple folks move up even closer, just because we're gonna do a stakeholder engagement workshop next, and it will require some chatting at your tables. So the more people you have at your table, the more useful this exercise will be. So we're just gonna take a few minutes, 5 minutes. You can get up, use the bathroom, get some water if you need. We're gonna reset the tables, so please come forward if you can, and we're gonna put some worksheets and stuff on the table. So come back in 5 minutes, so 11:20. And we will still need those slides. Oh, I see, sorry. Okay, ooh, yes, we are back. So if you could please start making your way back to your seats. If there are people missing from your table and you have their number, call them, make them come back. I shouldn't have started off by being like, we're going to keep this informal, we're friends. If y'all are outside and you can hear me, come back. Okay. Well, yeah, it's a journey. But I guess for the folks online, we're going to get started soon. No, because it's just the slides that we have. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. For the folks online, I think Leisha's been doing a good job monitoring the chat. There is going to be a moment where we send you into what I think is like the equivalent of breakout rooms, and you should have access to some materials online. If you've got questions about that, I think Leisha can manage that in the chat. And for those folks in the room, you should have a packet on your table, now a worksheet packet. We're also going to be asking y'all some questions on Poll Everywhere. And if you're not familiar with Poll Everywhere, it's something that you'll use your phone to contribute to. So if you don't feel comfortable using your phone, or you don't have good service, and you don't want to do that, please raise your hand now. And we have some like hard copies of those questions that we're going to need to collect afterwards. Vicki, this is separate. So you're welcome to use either one, but the Poll Everywhere is like very cute and easy for me. So I would prefer that, but happy to take the physical copies as well. Okay, so now we're going to jump into the second part of our program, which is a mini stakeholder engagement workshop. As you saw, stakeholder engagement is one of the core modules of the training that we're building out, and that's part of the in-person training that we want to execute. We're doing this workshop to just get a sense of how y'all are thinking about stakeholder engagement now, because this is such a critical part of the work that we're doing, working with urban growers and nonprofits and community-based organizations. So this is a chance for us to start that conversation, but also we as Cornell Cooperative Extension will be getting some feedback from you. We've got a raised hand over here. Are you looking for one of the hard papers? Or do you just have a question? Can we get a mic over to our friend over here? Not a mic, just paper. Just paper. Vicki's on her way. Great. So before we get started, I'm going to introduce my colleague Mallory Hull to come up to the stage just to tell a story about stakeholder engagement and how maybe we can be thinking about this.
Hi everyone, my name's Mallory Hall. I'm an urban garden specialist with Cornell Cooperative Extension Harvest New York, so the same team that Kyle is on. I live in Buffalo, New York, but I'm working in Buffalo, so Erie County, and also Monroe County, which is houses Rochester, if you've ever heard of Rochester. So I'm going to tell a little story about a successful stakeholder engagement. So I loved hearing some concerns about how we can work in other organizations other than the FSA. So I'll give you an example of how I worked with Monroe County Soil and Water Conservation District, myself as a Cornell Cooperative Extension regional team member, and then the Extension office in Monroe County. So I'm just going to start off with a few photos. So this is the CCE of Monroe County Food Systems educator, that's Yarmila. She's at one of the 3 garden sites that I'll tell you a little bit about. This is at Living Word Temple of Restoration, where we put in a community garden. Here we're building raised beds at Nielsen House, which is a transitional housing unit for previously incarcerated men. So you can see that we were building some raised beds. We did it in partnership with some of the residents there. And then there's Rick, who was kind of spearheading that site, and they had a lot of really nice success there growing their veggies. Here is Living Word Temple of Restoration again. We put in more raised beds, but we also had a workshop there. So I already mentioned Yarmila, but you can see Yarmila talking about just a wide range of topics at that workshop, about compost, about tomato pruning, about lots of things. So kind of going back to the beginning, so we're talking about stakeholder engagement, and stakeholders can really be anyone, so anyone that you're going to form a partnership with. So we have our partners on the screen here. So like I mentioned, Monroe County Soil and Water Conservation District, Cornell Cooperative Extension Harvest New York, so that was me, Cornell Cooperative Extension of Monroe County, so that was the extension office, and I mentioned Yarmila. The Rochester, New York Urban Gardeners, because we put out an ask for interest in some of the funding that I'll talk about. And additionally, kind of zooming out, just the neighborhood community members, because we know that when we put in a community garden, not only does that site benefit, but other community members who may be able to get some produce from that garden. So the project overall was for garden support. So I actually can't remember how it all started, but I still meet monthly with the ED and also some other technical support agents from the Monroe County Soil and Water Conservation District. So they really wanted to learn more about urban ag. So of course, historically, they're working more with rural growers, but as we all know the importance of urban ag, they reached out to see what's going on, in the city of Rochester. So they, I think, did it the right way and wanted to engage other stakeholders who are already working in that space to build some trust kind of from the beginning and also not repeat any work that has been previously done. So they decided to partner with myself and the Extension Office in Monroe County, because they had a pot of funds that they can kind of choose whatever they want to do with a project, and they wanted to go towards supporting community gardens. So we put out a questionnaire. I thought we had a really good response. We had 20 gardens fill out the questionnaire, knowing that some would be chosen for financial support, for workshop support, for technical assistance. So we are able to support 3 gardens through the funding that Monroe County Soil and Water Conservation District provided. We engaged in listening sessions to learn before we kind of released that survey, to kind of get to know the community. We were having monthly meetings in person in Rochester at a library for different gardeners to kind of come and meet them, so they showed up, which I think is really important in terms for stakeholder engagement. And we were able to put 14 raised beds across 3 sites. So this is a picture of the 3rd site. It's a School 42, so in the Rochester City School District. 14 raised beds over the 3 sites. We held 2 workshops, one at the Nielsen House and one at the Living Word. We weren't able to get the 3rd one at the school, just with a lot of turnover and volunteers and folks coming onto the school grounds, but still had a really good partnership with them. And across those 3 sites, we produced 1,600 pounds of produce. So I know we were hearing about photos and numbers, so I think that when you're able to kind of get all of those results, that can really show for a good story. And I just want to give a shout out, maybe they're listening, to Monroe County Soil and Water Conservation District, because like I mentioned, they're still showing up. We still meet monthly. They still show up to garden work nights, out of the traditional work hours. They offer up resources. They've come to know a lot of the growers, and I think that I'm going to go into best practices next, and I think that's one of the best things that you can do is to continually show up. And I think that really has moved their relationships forward to being not only someone who shows up, but someone who gets invited. They're invited to garden work days. They're invited to other harvest parties, kind of separate from maybe they'll have funding one day, which maybe they will have additional funding, but it's just because they're part of the community now. So like I mentioned, some best practices. So they were able to identify stakeholders across the spectrum of partners. So it wasn't just other government agencies, it wasn't only Cornell, it was the growers, it was other community members. We've worked with other nonprofits in Rochester as well. They really practiced listening, so not only did they show up to meetings and other community days in person, but they were kind of just like a fly on the wall, just taking it in and engaging and not being extractive. So they just wanted to be there to learn, and they were the first people to say, we don't know a lot about urban growing, but we're here to learn from the folks who are doing the urban growing. They embrace stakeholders' unique situations. So a lot of times with community gardens, they're volunteers. They're working a full-time job or two. They're not able to keep up with their weeding. They don't have access to water. We know a lot of those common struggles, and I think it's important to meet your stakeholders where they're at, and be understanding when things fall through or you need to attempt to get together more than once. I mean, things come up in life, and especially if you have a lot of other things, that are gonna take priority. They really met them where they're at, which is a phrase that I feel like we use a lot. Like I already mentioned, they showed up in person, and they were genuine. They weren't, there just because they thought they should be there. They were there because they love their community. They wanted to use those funds that they could have used for a lot of other things to support those urban growers. And it was, I think you can tell when we have folks coming in from a university or a government agency and they're here to learn, but they're not really that genuine. And I think that the community members can tell, and it goes a long way when you do show up in a genuine way. And I think this was a successful story, but this has taken 2 years. So I think to show up and say, I want to show up in person, I want to be genuine, where are the results? I mean, relationship building takes a long time, and you can't expect those results overnight. But just wanted to share, hopefully, a successful sounding story about stakeholder engagement. So thank you.
Thank you, Mallory. I love that story, especially thinking about soil and water conservation districts kind of like as a proxy almost for USDA, like a government organization that really wanted to do this work but didn't have any of that background and positive history, just showing that, okay, they found a trusted partner that helped them kind of bridge that gap with the community. So I love that as a story. We're going to just share a few fundamental theories about stakeholder engagement and then jump into this workshop. A stakeholder is anyone that has a stake in the work that you're doing, hence stakeholder. They hold a stake. It can be someone that has a claim on your attention, on your resources, or if their work is affected by the work that you're doing. So they're going to be paying attention. That's who a stakeholder is. Or perhaps they're not paying attention, but if they were to pay attention, your work might be easier. So if you can address the needs and desires of stakeholders, include them, and kind of manage that relationship, it can help you be more successful. We pulled out the mission and vision for the USDA. This is from the USDA strategic plan. A lot of what we're sharing today about stakeholder engagement comes from this really awesome seminal work on stakeholder engagement by Bryson and Alston, focused on public sector and nonprofit work. So we pulled out from your own strategic plan, your mission and vision, and you can see how much the USDA intends to serve and also depends on stakeholders already. In your mission, which is to serve all Americans, I'm just gonna stop there. That's a lot of people. There's probably a few groups within that we can break that into, but again, it just goes to show that in your mission, you intend to serve all Americans. So doing a stakeholder engagement workshop can kind of help figure out, okay, well, how do we do that? And then looking at the USDA vision, it breaks it down a little bit further. So not only improving the health, nutrition, and quality of life of all Americans, but also yielding healthy land, forest, and clean water. Land, forest, and clean water, those are not human people, but I think there's an acknowledgement here that stakeholders don't necessarily need to just be human. Helping rural America thrive is another specific subset of the vision. So, okay, that's looking at all Americans, and there's a subset there. But then also feeding the world. Okay, we got big again. All this to say, this is in your history and your strategic plan to be thinking about stakeholders. And again, just to reiterate the importance of stakeholder engagement, which I think Mallory's story really illustrated, it's critical to meet USDA's goals, mission and vision. It's implicit and explicit that you'll be working with stakeholders. But also this idea of resiliency, and when I say resiliency, I mean for your own work and your own plans. If you have partners, if there are other folks supporting you, if you are supporting their work, it will be easier for you to accomplish your goals together. I'm gonna start with our first question here. So you can use your phone to scan this QR code. You could use your phone to go to this link, or you can also use your phone in the packets. This is in your packets as well, so you can see it. But I wanna know, what stakeholders are you currently engaging in your work? We're gonna give y'all a couple minutes to answer this. Ooh, yes. Love the music. No, keep it up, I love that. Oh, you don't have to register, you can just skip that. If you want to put your name, that's fine. I can see it, but you also don't have to do that. And Mallory and Vicky, if you wouldn't mind, just like, if people are having any issues. This music is awesome. Okay, we've got an answer in. Other USDA agencies, that's a great stakeholder that you work with. Food justice organizations, extension, city government, universities, ag organizations in the state, FSA cooperators, nice. Urban producers, yes, that is a very important one. Community gardeners. Yeah, love that. Federal sister agencies, local government agencies. This is awesome. I'm seeing a lot of similarities here. Healthcare institutions. That's a really good one, actually, especially seeing more food as medicine grants coming through. District councils. Okay, this is awesome. Is anyone still adding? Need more time? Okay, cool. So then my next question, now that we are thinking about who the stakeholders are, I'm curious how you're engaging them. So this is a different link, but same process, same thing. You don't have to register, you don't have to put your name down. But that's my next question for you. How are you engaging these stakeholders? We can keep that cute music going. That was all right. Alicia, any questions online? All good? Perfect. And if you're participating online, we should be seeing your responses here as well. So keep them coming in. Oh, great, awesome. Just keep typing it in. Whatever the link is, just answer this question. How are you engaging stakeholders? Don't worry about it, I'll figure it out. Like I said, this is a test. If it's the same question, you're getting the same question, don't worry about it. I will know it's a different answer. Yeah, just put it in. So yeah, the question is now, how are you engaging them? What does that look like? Oh. It deactivated, but now it's active. Yeah. Someone try, because it says that nobody's responded yet, but I know that you have been. All right, don't worry about that. I'm worried about time, so we can just move on because we will be working on this as part of the workshop. But basically, the idea here was just to get you thinking about, okay, who's in my network, who could be in my network, how am I engaging them? Because this is all part of designing a strategic plan for your work. The goal of designing a strategic plan is to accomplish, to think about where you want to be, the goals that you have, and to get you there. So if you were to build out a full strategic plan, which we won't do today, you'd start by thinking, okay, where do we want to go? What's our goal? Now let's examine where are we today, and then how do we get there? And doing a stakeholder engagement analysis is one of those tools that you can use to bridge your gap between where you are and where you want to be. And specifically, that analysis is defining and identifying who your internal and external stakeholders are, how they think about you, how they influence your work, what they need from you, what you need from them, but also how important they are. I don't know if I love that term, but thinking about, okay, how do I prioritize who I work with and how? This is also in your packet, but it's missing the little circle in the middle. So thinking about internal and external stakeholders can be important. Who you work with in your office, you might have a very different relationship with than someone who's outside, someone who you've never worked with before, or an urban garden, for example. So that's the first place to start, is think about not only who do I want to work with, who do I work with, but are they internal to my work or are they external? Even within the USDA, you might think, okay, the EPA, even though that's another government organization, maybe I consider that more external. Or other USDA agencies, you might even consider external, whereas the folks that work at other urban service centers are more internal. So we're not going to go into the details of that right now, but again, it's a good distinction to keep in mind. And this is in your packets if you want to reference it. I'm also including this in your packets because it's impossible to read on the screen, but just as an example from the USDA itself of who your stakeholders could be. So again, this is from the USDA's strategic plan. I have that in your packet so that you can reference it during the workshop, which we're gonna do now. I'm not gonna give you a ton of time for this, but hopefully just enough to get the juices flowing. So you've got a packet in front of you, a worksheet. There's 2 different activities. The first one is just the big table. So just focus on the table, not the quadrants. For the folks online, you should have access to a digital version of this. But I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to just sit and work on your own and think about who your stakeholders are. This is just time to give you some space to start thinking about this. But we're going beyond who are they. We're also thinking about what are your shared goals. Mallory mentioned the term extractive. It's a concern we should all have always when we're building partnerships. Are we doing this because we have shared goals or because I have a goal and I'm looking at that organization as an objective or an object to get me to accomplish my goal? If you don't have shared goals, they might not be a good partner for you. So who are they? What are their shared goals with you? What resources or assets can you offer? That's a great place to start and maybe start thinking about that so you can be humble when you approach them. But then also, what resources and assets can they offer to you? That could be something like meeting space, or it could be access to growers. So just start thinking about that now. I'm going to give you a few minutes to work on that on your own. And then if we've got time, we'll do a couple minutes just to share out with your table. You will not share this with me. You will not share this publicly. So you can write down whatever you want. We're going to give you a few minutes for this. And Mallory and Vicki, if you wouldn't mind just circulating and make sure folks, if they've got questions. Does anybody need a writing utensil? Yes, we need a pen right over here. Vicki, you've got pens? Tell us. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all like another minute to work on this. And we've got one more part of this exercise that we'll do together, and then we'll just do our table share outs after that for the sake of time. Okay, we're gonna bring it back, but there will be a little bit more time to work on this. I just wanna introduce the next part of this exercise, which is designing your stakeholder map. I feel like the idea of working with stakeholders is pretty well known. You gotta make a list, who are the partners that you'd wanna work with, who are the organizations, who are the farmers, but then you might have a list of like, it could be 100 people, 100 organizations that you work with. So hopefully this structure that we just shared helps you start the process of prioritizing, thinking, okay, lowest hanging fruit might be working with someone that has a shared goal. Lowest hanging fruit might be someone I can give something to as opposed to me just asking for something. But another way to help us prioritize working with stakeholders is using a tool like this, which there's no perfect tool, but this is a stakeholder map. It's called a power and interest grid. So again, like this idea of power, like, do we love these terms? I'm not sure, but it is a cool tool. And the goal here is to look at that list of organizations or partners that are like your wish list, and then start thinking, okay, who has the most influence on my work? Who's a group that if I'm gonna work with them, I could maybe accomplish the most because we have the most in common, or they have the most resources, or they have the most interest in what I'm doing. So the way that you look at this graph is thinking about who's got the power side is who has the most influence on the work that I'm doing. If you look at the bottom, there's interest. So that could be groups that, you know, how much are they paying attention to this work? Are they in urban agriculture or not? So an example of totally made up town, someone that may have a lot of power but low interest, is maybe there's a city where the mayor is not engaged in urban agriculture at all. If they were, there's a lot of opportunity there, but maybe they have low interest and high power. So they would be in that keep satisfied and informed box. That could take a lot of work from you to move them to a place of higher interest. So right now, look at the list of folks and organizations that you just started working on, and for now, just start thinking about who's someone on that list that maybe has a lot of influence and a lot of interest, who's in that manage closely box, the top right quadrant. And again, the point of this exercise is to start prioritization, looking at the list of organizations and people that you want to work with and thinking, okay, where's the easiest opportunity right now? But also, you know, if you wanted to build out this exercise and take more time on it, you could fill it out completely and maybe start realizing, oh man, the community members themselves, like maybe some of them have, you know, super high interest but low power. Is that something that I can help alleviate in the work that I am doing? Is that something that I can help bring them to a position of higher power because they have so much interest and it's a group that we really want to work with? So again, just for the sake of today, look at the list that you already created and try and just figure out if is there anyone there who would fit in that top right quadrant. We'll give you a couple minutes for this. Alicia, all good online? Okay. I'm seeing some pens going still, but some that are down. Feel free to start talking about this with your tables. If there are questions that you want to share with your group or similarities, we'll give you a couple minutes for that. So now that you've had a chance to think about your own power and interest grids and those of your table, you can continue the conversation totally. But I'd also love if you could try, we'll see if this poll works, try to also answer this question for us. This would be really helpful. How would you like to engage stakeholders but currently aren't? Or another question you could answer is, what barriers to stakeholder engagement are you encountering now? This is going to be so helpful for us when we're building this workshop for real. So please put in your responses. Feel free to share with the table, but I will not be asking you to share with the recording. And it should be working on my end, so I'm really hoping this one works this time. Okay, it's working. I won't read all of these, but one of them that just came through that's so interesting is childcare. That's something that comes up a lot. If you're asking community members, like Mallory said, they've got a lot of asks on their time. So even trying to just like eliminate barriers for the community means knowing who they are and what their responsibilities are. So that's a really good one. Getting time scheduled with council members, totally. And this is great. Y'all can use the little thumbs up function as well if you're seeing something in there that resonates with you. Okay, these are really great responses. Thank you all. And for those online, you should be able to participate in this as well. Feel free to keep adding to this list. I'm going to keep it active, but I'm also going to ask our final question, and then once you answer this, you're welcome to take your break because I think we're using this room again at noon. But keeping in mind that we are just using, thank you so much for participating in this. I do hope it was useful for you, but also it's giving us some great feedback and tools while we build out the larger stakeholder engagement module. So if there's anything that you still want to know or practice while we build that part of the curriculum, please let us know. So you've done like a mini version of this. What would you like to see when we do this again for real? And we will take that into consideration and actually build it into the training. Y'all are curriculum developers too, just like me. So please answer this question, and it should be active. I will stand here until I start seeing responses though, just to be safe. Okay, I'm gonna deactivate that other one because I'm not seeing any responses come in for this one. All right, I just reactivated this question. So hopefully this works. Okay, great. I'm seeing answers come through. Perfect. I see you on the Hatch Act. We got you. Okay, I think that's formally our time together. As always, y'all have been the best, and I am the luckiest that this is the group that I get to work with on this project. If you have any other questions, I am in the brightest red shirt, so feel free to come ask me. I love talking to you. So yeah, just come find me at any point during this week. Feel free to email me. You all should have my email at this point, but just find me. I'll tell you my email address if you need it. I'm not hard to find. Yeah, so I think we're staying in this room for the next session, but I release you from what I'm doing. Thank you. Thank you so much for participating.
Oh, that's funny. This stuff is, this slides are,
Oh,
or
so
yeah,
I'll
yeah,
go
yeah.
to the, oh, look at us, that's the boogie.
Testing.
Miss Rushton's gonna be here. Miss Rushton. Sit by your picture.
It looks really nice. I know I'm gonna forget someday, but this is just a full room of people. I know. I like wrote notes. What's up, family? Good to see you, darling. Yes, yes. Welcome to Detroit. Meeting us in this place. Oh yeah, oh yeah. About to have fun. About to have fun. Should I just jump in, or should we wait for Brianna to go? Is Brianna or is Brianna Marcus? Where'd she go? Because I thought they were gonna maybe give a cue, but I don't know if you want it. You can say in like in 2 more minutes. Or doing it. She kind of came up here and left. Yeah, I thought she was gonna be like right here. No, there she goes. Hi.
So, since you already be so just once you get ready, yeah, once when you get back to the next table there, if you want to use that mic, that you can kick off the panel with that mic or the handheld. Okay. Okay, but yeah, just whenever you pass the mics around.
Yeah, we got 2.
Yeah. So yeah, are you gonna start seated or are you gonna start from the podium?
I'll probably start at the phone.
Okay. All right. So yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, great. Thank you. You better stop. You better stop. Marcus, thank you so much for, you helped make this happen. I mean, you let me just, you just were like, hey, I heard you had an idea.
Oh, and I'm the second one. Yeah, so we were the first in the
Then
country.
between you and Brianna, you made it happen. Now,
I'm good.
Hey. Hello, hello, hello. I'm going to invite you to come on back. We're going to start the Lessons from Cities panel. I'm going to invite you to come on back if you can hear my voice, I'm going to invite you to come on back. Love the conversation. That's what conferences are about. Yeah, I invite you to turn your attention to the beautiful people on the panel today, doing big things in their cities. You're going to get to meet each one of them. Again, my name is Safira Rushton. Everybody calls me T. If you see me on the streets, hey T, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, we are here to have an exciting conversation with some of the leaders in urban agriculture across cities. So I'm really excited to kick off. Are we ready with this? Does this work? All right. This is like my favorite slide right here because Detroit is all about community. We have so many leaders who have really stepped up in big ways to figure out vacant land solutions, to grow food, to improve their communities, to teach the youth. So these are just some of the pictures of the folks you will see out in our community. That top left picture is myself. I was recently appointed Director of Urban Agriculture last fall for Detroit. Thank you. And then like 6 months into the position, the Director of Sustainability took off and they offered me that position. And so I'm now Director of Sustainability for the city of Detroit, which is super exciting. It's super exciting to have someone with an ag background in sustainability because if you know anything about sustainability right now, it's all about electrification and all of these numbers and everything, which is great and awesome. And we do need to reduce our carbon emissions and all of that things, but it really starts here with the land, right? It starts here with the land and community, and that's what Detroit is all about. I also want to make sure you know Patrice Brown. She's standing right there, walking through. She's taking over the ag position here in the city. So we work together inside the Office of Sustainability. All right, I wanted to give you a couple facts. This map that you see is from an organization called Keep Growing Detroit, where I worked at for many years before I came to the city. But it shows you all of the gardens that we have in the city. So we have over 2,000 gardens in the city of Detroit. Yes, clap that up because it's really, really big. And I showed that picture of community because all of that work has been a real grassroots movement here in Detroit. It's not come from city government. City government came after. City government came out of the grassroots movement that was happening. But yeah, these represent backyard gardens, community gardens who are taking on a vacant lot in their neighborhood, and even larger projects who are going on and feeding a lot of folks in their community. I also want to lift up the work of the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, which I'm also a co-founder in that before I got to the city. Yeah, thank you. That work really came out of the fact that there was so much vacant land in the city, but it was really, really, really hard to get a piece of it and to own it legitly. A coalition of 4 different organizations got together. That's Keep Growing Detroit, Detroit Black Food Security Network, Oakland Ave. We all got together and we have been we've supported over 70 black farmers get purchase land, go through all the process that it takes, and the hurdles really held their hand and provide the capital to do this. So it's a really, really cool program. I also want to lift up the work of the Detroit Food Policy Council. If you were in that session, the Detroit Food Policy Council, yeah, clap that up because somebody was just saying all of this work is nothing. I think this was Betty Wiggins was saying if it's not tied to policy, if it's not codified, if it's not permanent in our cities. And so want to lift up that policy piece because the Detroit food policy came out of community also. This was a grassroots-led effort to promote policy in the city. One really quickly, we've gone through and we've codified urban ag in the city. So this is a legal land use in the city. Right now, we're working on animal husbandry and composting for our city. And I wanted to also lift up the land-based projects team, which is really streamlining the purchase to permit process for growers. Additionally, we're also working on water access in the city. So all these are the things that we're working on. I'm going to pass the mic over to Ms. Mackey, if you know her, right here. This is New York's Mayor's Office of Urban Agriculture. Give it up.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, T. Should I stand up or is it okay to sit? You can sit, whatever. I'm going to sit. Is that okay? Okay. Hi, everybody. Afternoon. So, yes, I am Kiana Mickey. I'm New York City's Executive Director of the Mayor's Office of Urban Agriculture. I am the inaugural director. The office was established in September 2022 by legal mandate ushered in by City Council, but established through a mandate, established by Mayor Adams. And, you know, there is a long-standing history of urban agriculture in New York City way before this office started. And there's not just there's existing work of Green Thumb that initially started as a grassroots group that lives within the Agency of Parks and Recs. But even before that, there is the long-standing history and work of the land stewards in the communities that were doing the work in their neighborhoods and decided to change vacant lots into community gardens and places of healing and respite. And that needs to be shared, and I just wanted to briefly acknowledge that in terms of the history of why there's an office. And in New York City, we have this diverse history of urban ag, stewardship, land access, food production, climate resiliency, but also an emerging part around business. And what I saw in the opportunity to build the office was that we needed to find a way to have a mission that really met both, but we really need to be anchored by a North Star of equity, economic, racial, and environmental. And in order to do that, we needed to support the breadth of urban ag stakeholders, the breadth of urban ag models, but the reality that resources, land, and access are not equitable in our city. So that's really where the root of our work is, to empower the most impacted. So really briefly, and we'll get more into it with the group, I want to just highlight here is just some of the initiatives and actions that are really anchored in trying to build the roots of this urban ag office. One is our reimagining farm to school work, this connection on trying to, again, create opportunities of economic viability, sustainability of community gardeners and work and amplifying their work in community. Luckily, we have some of those farmers here in the audience, but it was important to find a way to have an initiative that connected ag education to public school students in a way that can inform in the classroom and in the community gardens. So students themselves were learning from farmers that were representative and looked like them and had a connection to what they were learning in perhaps their school garden, and knowing that within walking distance in their community, there were gardens and farmers that looked like them and doing that work. There's also a connection around procurement and city-based procurement, the economic viability of farmers that are providing culturally relevant and local food, and a way to try to make a better pathway, an easier pathway to support their businesses and connect to city procurement. And then leading into the pipeline work, for me, I think there's oftentimes people talk about MWB work, but for me, the real core issue of that was, one, not just trying to meet a mayoral mandate, but realizing that there are a lot of great practitioners in our urban ag and growing space, our climate resilient space, our supply chain work, that are doing it either in a nonprofit structure or just as individuals or just through sweat equity, and are not really operationalizing that into a business. And I wanted to make sure resources that were available for small business got to food and farm businesses, and trying to just create new pipelines and opportunities. So there were ways to build certifications or lean into that to help sustain and help identify ways that you could start a business that is in the work that you're doing, and that there are opportunities in the city for your businesses. And then lastly, exploring innovative land use. I think probably all of us are struggling with how to create access, land tenure, land stewardship in cities. New York City probably being one of the most expensive cities to try to access land. So for us, it's really been about the office exploring, not just supporting what's already here in our community garden network of 550 plus of community gardens under the Green Thumb Network, but what about the underutilized land and property in New York City that might need to be explored and expanded on to create more scaled food production, more climate resiliency, and again, create inside opportunities at the city and leveraging resources to the farmers and growers and policy advocates already on the ground doing that work. So just a little bit of what we've been doing the past year and a half, and I'm happy to pass the mic.
All right. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I want to say, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be here and to the committee that put this all together. It's really exciting to see so many people here in support of urban ag. My name is Casey Hill, and I am the new to the county, and I'm new rolled at the county, and I'm new to the county, food systems manager, the county of Santa Clara, California, that place where we have, not reliable access to water, as someone mentioned earlier. I was like, yeah, I'm going to own that. Yeah, true. But with a rich history of agriculture, for sure. So if you're not familiar with Santa Clara County, we are a county, large urban county, about population of about 2 million people, about half of which lives in San Jose, California. So this is most of Silicon Valley. It's located within Santa Clara County, so I feel you on the expense of land. That's true for us as well. So my role as food systems manager was created actually as a direct result of what you see right up here on the screen of our county Santa Clara food system work plan. So this is a food system work plan that was approved by our Board of Supervisors in 2021 as a result of extensive input from community with leadership from our University of California Cooperative Extension. Lucy Diekman, who's the Food Systems Urban Ag Advisor, is here. She's speaking or moderating, I think, tomorrow, so you'll get to meet her. In partnership with a number of county agencies, as well as, I think, something like 70 different individuals and nonprofit organizations. So one of the strategies that was called out in this food system work plan was to staff the work at the county. County includes 15 cities across what is a fairly large geographical area, which includes both very urban areas as well as very agricultural in our South County in particular. So it's very diverse in many ways. So I know this is a very just brief introduction to everything, so I just want to say that first off, I'm going to tell you a little bit more about two very specific large urban ag projects that we have within the county. And those are actually a county park that is a 280-acre agricultural park, and it's a regional county park, as well as a City of San Jose regional park. The county is Marshall Cottle Park, and the city's is Emma-Prush Farm Park, located within East San Jose. Where in both cases we have co-located in partnership as a county, or in the case of the City of San Jose, a number of different other nonprofit organizations to support the work together. And full disclosure here, before I came to the county in December, so I'm 7 months new in this role, I'd spent the previous 10 years as executive director of an urban ag organization called Vegilution, and Vegilution is one of the CBOs that's in partnership with our new Oakland FSA. So very proud to be a part of all of these different ways in which we're supporting urban ag, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about all of these initiatives a little bit later. So I just want to make sure that everybody has a chance here, and so honored to be part of this this panel. So thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you so much. So thanks so much for having me. My name is Ash Richards. My pronouns are they, them, and I am the Director of Urban Agriculture for the City of Philadelphia. So, yeah, woo! Philly in the house. Where's my Philly people at? Okay, it's like we're like a hornet's nest. Like wherever one person goes, we all swoop it, So anyway, I've been in this position, I cannot believe it, for 5 years. The anniversary was in May. So we started this position in 2019 May, and right before COVID, which was a hoot. And one way to say it was a hoot. Mainly because COVID just showed us how fractured and completely absurd and ridiculous by design our food systems are in each and every one of our cities, right? So I've been in city government painstakingly for 12 years. I love being a public servant. Before I came to Parks, this is my 3rd city department, I'm obsessed. So before I came to Parks and Rec, I was at City Planning Commission. I'm a trained urban planner for 5 years, and before that I was at the Department of Water doing green stormwater infrastructure for 2 years. So I'm a farmer as well. My lineage is on both sides of my family, liberated Jamaican farmers. So my parents were farmers, my grandparents, great-grandparents, etc. And that's essentially how I got introduced to the work. But then I didn't actually get a chance to do food systems work until I started moving out of city planning into this role as the director. And then before I came to the city, I was doing community organizing with More Gardens in the South Bronx. It's a fantastic organization, and I got to work with Mama Kay, who's here, Karen Washington. And fun fact, really quick, the farm that we worked on, La Finca del Sur, Farm of the South, was started by Black and Latina residents in South Bronx. And so we worked on that project together over a decade ago, and it still exists. So that just shows you the power of when you move the nonprofit industrial complex to the side and put communities to the front, how long lasting our projects can be. And we learned that yesterday being at D-Town, which is amazing. So this is Farm Philly. Before I came to Farm Philly, we didn't have logos, we didn't have any way to communicate with residents, so this is why we have these beautiful images here. Our mission is simple: to support the sovereignty and collective determination for residents to grow their own food on their own terms. How do we do that? By a lot of things, by being overachievers, of course. We do programming, we do planning, we do initiatives, we do policy. So in our programs, we have this slew of programs. So last year we began our new land access program. So many of you have parks departments. Parks have a ton of land, right? It's all deed restricted. Well, what's the front door for residents to get access to that land? Oftentimes you just need to know somebody in that parks department, and we were just like, enough. We have a translated application in 6 languages in the city that are prominent in our gardens so that people can have direct access to parkland. So you can lease land from us, which is awesome, right? So you can, I was just like, this is ridiculous, no more of that. So you can lease land from us at no cost, $1, and you can also not lease land from us, because if you lease land, you gotta pay for your own water, y'all. But if you just come in as an urban garden or a community garden on our rec center land, free. The water utilities is paid for, and we help you build out your garden and farm. So it's massively incredible. We have a community compost network where we design, build, and train and educate residents, and we give them all the tools, the sifters, the scales, the wheelbarrows, everything they possibly could need to run a community-led community composting project in their neighborhoods, and it works. So we have 11 sites. We're about to add 12 more sites. The goal is to have anywhere from 50 to 100 sites over the course of the next 5 years, and we're well on our way to do that. Awesome. I'm just going to run through these really quick just so you know what they are, but I'm really proud of this. I was able to work on this for the last 3 years, which is the Agriculture Resource Center. So my big goal in my role, and hopefully it will continue into perpetuity with the next person that comes in after me, is that I want residents to be able to drive into any one of our parks centers and be able to get all the tools, the seeds, the wood, right? The compost, the soil, the mulch for free, no cost, right? And get the education for free, no cost. So that's all about creating urban agriculture as infrastructure. It's a part of our local food system, right? So the same way that you can go to a library and rent a book for free or go to school for free, you should be able to go into your city, or whatever city you're in, and get resources to grow your own food for free. So that's what the Agriculture Resource Center is. We have tools that cost $1 all the way up to $5,000 that people can just lend for free. We have a propagation program. When it's active, we're doing 200,000 seedlings in 2 months to propagate. We opened that up sliding scale to residents across the city. We have a municipal farm that's 1 acre. We donate about 5,000 pounds of food to local food pantries and mutual aid projects. Planning, we have this beautiful Growing from the Root plan. It's our city's first urban agriculture plan. Raise your hand if you got an urban ag plan in your city. Okay. I've read yours. This is a PSA announcement. You have to have a plan. You have to. As much as I am tired of planning, I'm tired of talking, you have to have a plan. We realize we've been talking for decades, literally a decade with groups. None of us wrote it down. It was not written in a document, right? So then city council members get to scratch their head and say, oh, we never heard that water was an issue. We never heard that, people wanted to keep chickens on their land. So you got to write it in a plan, right? And better yet, someone said in the previous thing, codify it. Make sure that if you leave or your department or your administration changes, that it's there in perpetuity. So Growing from the Root is very special, and I'll tell you why. It says urban agriculture plan, but when you open it, it's actually a food systems plan for our city. It's a comprehensive, not a master, but a comprehensive plan for the next 10 years. Here's the roadmap, 89 recommendations. We can implement 89 recommendations in 10 years, y'all. So that's exactly what we're trying to do, right? And so get a plan for your city, start there, get an urban ag director or a team together, and you can do it. We'll talk more about that later. And I'm just gonna stop there because we have so much to talk about, but farmphilly.org, if you're interested. Again, we're a city department, but we had to make our own website because our city website was atrocious. So they don't let us do it. So anyway, thank y'all. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everybody. Really a pleasure to be here. My name is Amanda Welker. I am the County Executive Director for Portland, Oregon with the Farm Service Agency. I came on board about May last year, so I'm a little over a year into this new role, into this pilot program through the Farm Service Agency in an urban setting, a new setting, developing new partnerships, figuring out what we can actually offer to our producers, and really developing those relationships with key stakeholders as we move through this pilot. Portland, there is a picture of one of our rooftop gardens in Portland, Oregon. I can say that this work started a long time ago, and it's because I've been around in agriculture in Oregon a long time. I started working with NASS, the Agricultural Statistics Service. I worked in the state legislature on the water and business committees. I worked for the state commodity commissions and marketing. I've also done regional, local, international marketing and trade work. But really, I had been this urban person living in the middle of Portland, Oregon with this passion for agriculture and said, what am I doing? I need to focus on my own community, take this knowledge that I have, and teach people how to maneuver the government, who to talk to in the government, how it's structured, what's going on. So that's what I'm trying to do. We had a very active Food Policy Council, 2002 to 2012. Man, we were being written about in the New York Times as this food mecca. We were, getting all kinds of publicity, and we were really, I would say, an early adopter in urban agriculture. When budgets fade, when new priorities come up, that Food Policy Council went away, and those positions in the city went away. So we don't have kind of the energy behind it that we did at one time. Portland's also unique in our land use policy. Anybody that's familiar with our state, we have a very unique land use policy. We have something called an urban growth boundary that surrounds the city of Portland very simply. Every 10 years, that boundary is reviewed to see if we're going to expand our urban growth. Farmland in Oregon has been protected by this urban growth boundary. That has been a value for Oregonians for a long time, protecting our farmland. And now we're saying, oh, we need farmland inside the urban growth boundary that has been designated for development. So you can kind of see the conflict there and kind of what we're up against. Community gardens, lots of community gardens through our Parks and Rec. Farm to school, again, we've got a very, very strong farm to school network. We were, I think, the first state in the nation to actually give a position for farm to school in the State Department of Education and the State Department of Agriculture. And that has really helped. But our community gardens right now, we have an at least a year waiting list to be in a community garden, and that's for the not so desirable locations. Some of the desirable locations, we're looking at a 7 to 9 year waiting list for community plots. Food access and food security, obviously COVID highlighted all that, what we need to do that. We also have some natural disasters on the West Coast, right? We're looking at earthquakes, we're looking at volcanoes, wildfires. Those things are real that we're really kind of planning for and making sure that we've got a secure food base. And then recently, more recently, in 2018, the voters of Portland voted for something called PCEF, the Portland Clean Energy Fund. And a piece of that work is for regenerative agriculture. Now, I still think we have some work to do on definitions around regenerative agriculture, but at least it's there. And so there's quite a bit of funding in that fund. This is Side Yard Farm. I believe this was the first FSA loan for an urban farm in the country. And, you know, we're working with that organization and others like it. Talked about resiliency. We've got a lot of small business grants through our community development organizations and our economic development organizations. One of the big pieces of the regenerative agriculture is the urban forestry, right? We live in a part of the country where air conditioning is not necessarily a given. And so obviously the neighborhoods that don't have the trees, you know, it's a problem. So we're building, we're growing trees, we're putting trees into these neighborhoods that need that shade equity. And then finally, we've put some real barriers, I think, on the developer side. So when the developers come into the city of Portland, we require a community benefit. And so here's a couple of examples. We've had the Albina neighborhood, the Rockwood neighborhood. These are highly diverse areas. Rockwood, I think they speak over 27 different languages in that part of the city. We've got community gardens, we've got community food hubs, you know, as a requirement in those development areas. So it'll be interesting to see as this Albina neighborhood takes form. They've got community gardens slated. We'll see how that comes along.
Atlanta.
All right, all right, all right. By show of hands, who in here is from Detroit? All right, what up, though? All right. By show of hands, who in here is from the South? Hey, what's happening, y'all? And for everybody else, hello, how are you doing? My name is Jay Olu-Baiwu. I am the Urban Agriculture and Food Systems Director for the City of Atlanta. I've been in, right up, what's up, what's up? I've been in my role, it'll be 4 years in November. I've been in kind of urban agriculture and food systems work for about 14 years. And before that, I worked in restaurant and hospitality. So I've been in food for, I guess, probably over 2 decades at this point. You know, there's a couple of things on here. Yeah, we're a member of the U.S. Conference of Mayors Food Policy Advisors Group, USDN Urban Agriculture Directors Network, Southeast Sustainability Directors Network, and SWAG Growers Cooperative, which is the Southwest Atlanta Growers Cooperative. Yeah, I'm a board member on a couple different things. Georgia Composting Council, which is a part of the U.S. Composting Council. So if anybody is familiar with that, some places have state chapters. We just established ours in Georgia in the past 10 months or so. So I'm a board member of that. And then also, I'm a board member on an organization called Sustainable Agriculture and Food System Funders. I'm one of 2 non-member board members. So basically, that is an organization with a lot of philanthropy on it. So you've got Kellogg Foundation, Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, a bunch of family foundations. The list goes on, Kresge, et cetera, et cetera. I basically went to a conference, I said a couple of things, they asked me to be on the planning committee, I said a couple more things, they asked me to be on the board. So that's how it works, but it gives me a unique lens because I'm able to be there as somebody who's not necessarily a funder in a philanthropic way, but who does have experience in that way. I came into this as a farmer's market vendor, then I trained for 6 months as a farmer. I was a farmer for 2.5, 3 years. And then over the years, I've become an administrator. So I think I'm able to bring a certain perspective, this kind of like real world perspective, but also recognizing that some of the things that I did 10 years ago, there's like more innovative things happening now. Yeah, real quick, I touched on it a little bit before municipal work. I've been a funder, farmers market garden CSA leader, farm and farm sales manager, restaurant and hospitality. When I started training as a farmer, I was really impressed with cabbage, right? Like cabbage, the way it grows and that it looks like a fist. So I do want a cabbage tattoo. I'm Nigerian, British, Southeastern, Northern American. Both of my parents are Nigerian. I was born in London. I grew up in Athens, Georgia. And people are my passion. Food is the conduit. Yeah. So I didn't say this, but we're all in unique offices and departments. I'm actually a part of the Mayor's Office of Sustainability and Resilience. When it comes to the food work, the urban ag work, the food systems work, we kind of birthed it in some ways from our office. Department of City Planning is a big partner in it, and they definitely have a much larger budget and are able to execute some programs in a very effective way. And I mean, I think our first city demonstration of urban ag work goes back to 2007 with the Parks Department. The Parks Department formed an MOU with a nonprofit called Park Pride. They collaborate on about 21 community gardens within City of Atlanta parks. They still have that contract, and we're actually working on kind of, not renegotiating, but kind of realigning and evolving that partnership. A couple of images here. We call it the 5 Ps: plans, policies, projects, programs, and partnerships. I'll just touch on a couple of those, but there's just a couple of things here showing you like we're out there. We do some reporting, Fresh Food Access Report. The urban food forest of Browns Mill is the largest public food forest in the country. I think it's by 0.1 of an acre, it's 7.1 acres. So yeah, we had some open houses, things of that nature, and there's like a panel of other pictures. Ash and I have done presentations together, so I copied her little finger there for aglanta.org, but yeah, you can go to aglanta.org or .com, and you will find different things about us. And just real quick, showing you kind of how we operate with the 5 Ps. So we do plans. You got the Fresh Food Access Report. We're actually working on urban agriculture and food systems planning. Even though our first urban ag director came in 2015, I'm the second urban ag director, we actually do not have a city urban ag or food systems plan. So that's something that's really, really critical, really important. We're working on that. We're also in the middle of zoning rewrites and all of that stuff. We're a Bee City, so shout out to the Xerxes Foundation and Stephanie Steele, who's here in Detroit. We're definitely part of the Bee City initiative. Composting is a big deal. We're grateful to receive a USDA compost food waste reduction grant. So we're working on some things there. And with partnerships, really, really important. We have steering committees for some of our programs. We have interagency collaborations and partnerships, and then also like the inside-outside strategy with people in the community that sometimes are official partnerships, and sometimes it's just kind of like, let's grab a bite to eat and talk. So yeah, glad to be here.
All right now. All right now. So we wanted to give you a deep dive to meet the beautiful people that are doing this work in various cities. But I do have some questions. All right, so let's go. And I will open it up to questions from you guys too as well. But first, mine. All right, so, I'm listening to you all, and I know that this is true in Detroit. We talked about urban ag really starting off as a grassroots movement and moving up to cities, and it sounds like very similar in all of you cities. How do you balance that? How do you balance the grassroots movement of what ag is with city government?
Sure.
You want to start?
Yeah, I'll start since I have the mic. So, so as I said, Atlanta, Georgia, of course, southeastern United States, world's busiest airport and all those things. But before all of that, the South is known for agriculture, right? There's some beautiful things about that history. There are definitely some horrific things about that history, but we are known for agriculture. So before Atlanta became the Atlanta of today, there were 2 things that were really booming in Atlanta. It was called Terminus, because a lot of railroad tracks, a lot of railroad lines come through there, and then also for agriculture. So we know that agriculture predates what we have in the city of Atlanta as far as our municipality, things of that nature. I think for me personally, my story, because I started off with my hands in the soil, I knew quite a few people in the urban agriculture space when I was a young farmer, right? Or a new farmer, as they say. So as my career has progressed, I've continued to stay connected to folks. I still grow food at home, things of that nature. So I think when I walk into a room, for the most part, at least the folks that at least know a little bit about my history, I'm not looked at as an outsider. I'm also very intentional to, give a shout out to Habisha, give a shout out to Truly Living Well, give a shout out to the nonprofit organizations, give a shout out to the aunties and uncles in the community who've been growing food in their backyards, sometimes for necessity, sometimes as a hobby for health and wellness, et cetera, et cetera. So we're just very intentional in like calling out the ancestors and the people who have laid the legacy for us now. We also try to have very clear meetings with folks. We connect with organizations that are doing it, whether it's a neighborhood group, a civic association, et cetera, et cetera. And then we bring our City of Atlanta kind of, municipal lens to it. So it's definitely about honoring folks who've been doing the work, uplifting them, and then ideally being able to offer some new resources to take it to the next level.
Yeah, that's so important, so important. Anybody else want to talk about how they balance this grassroots movement with city government?
Yeah, 1,000%. I would say that we also in Philly have a really strong inside-outside approach. If you don't know what that means, just really quickly, it literally just means the folks on the inside, whether you call it the ivory tower, the ops, whatever you want to call the inside, the outside is the folks who are not a part of those social circles. They don't have that same social capital. So when you get an opportunity to be on the inside and you're not sort of leaving your history, your communities, your training, your understanding of what people need, is when you walk through the door, you're not just leaving it outside, you're bringing it inside with you. You just inherently have to become an advocate. And so when you become a public servant, in my mind, my whole family's public servants. My dad, God rest his spirit, was a public servant. He also worked at Parks and Rec, and before that he was a meteorologist with the government, with the Air Force. My mom's a nurse. My twin Sibby, who's here, works for the feds doing natural disaster recovery. All public servants, we have a mission. We're here to serve. And so unfortunately, a lot of our public servants do not have that same mission.
Say that. Say that.
Say that. But guess what? So the cool thing about Inside Outside that I realized is that I just come as my authentic self. I think Jay Olu's echoing that as well. And the main thing, tell the truth. Toni Morrison, before she passed, yes, just Toni Morrison, also bless her spirit and all the joy and incredible things she contributed to this world. Toni Morrison had this beautiful speech about telling the truth. And when you're in these positions of somewhat power, and I'm not just talking about being on the inside, because when you're in the grassroots, you're powerful too, right? If not more powerful. It's just because we're not as always organized why we're not more powerful than the people in the ivory tower. But virtually, you tell the truth. When we sit in a room full of people who are demanding more for their communities, as civil servants, we have to understand that everything that these communities are going through has been by design. I tell you, if you open any book, and I have a long list of books, it will tell you the truth about what has happened to all of our cities, all of your cities, and why we are faced with climate catastrophe, climate crisis. So when I walk into a room of people, I tell them the truth. I don't know how to answer that question, but I'm gonna find out for you. Or actually, this is exactly what's happening right now in this room, these locked, closed doors. And people appreciate that, right? Inside-outside approach is necessary. We have to be able to connect the folks who are doing the policy making and the strategic planning and the program making with the folks who are directly and most impacted. That's the only way that some of this is even gonna work, where the grassroots folks are still being celebrated to this day. And so I think I'll end with that, but virtually just whatever positions that you all have, how can you leverage your position for the communities that you work in and serve?
All right, now. Y'all want to say? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, there's not much to add, but that was really, it resonates with me, especially being new to the city, because that inside-outside approach is very needed, and it can be a challenge. That's why I was like, give it up for the truth, because it can be a challenge being on the inside and coming from a grassroots experience where you know that the most impacted have the answers and know what the solutions can and should be, but we know are purposely divested from resources and the infrastructure to really do what they need to do. And what I learned early on in the role was there's still a disconnect in the city, even though we have this long history. We have these silos in our agencies and our mayor offices and the different and disparities around power and influence and how one wants to meet a mandate. But a lot of folks forget that we are civil servants. And not civil servants to push paper, and not civil servants to just clock in and out at 9 to 5, but we're supposed to be here for the people. So early on, when people, 2 days in the job, were like, well, what's New York City's urban ag plan? I just got the job. And it was like, I can tell you exactly what I heard and seen from the grassroots experience. But what I did realize is I needed to understand a little bit more on the inside and how to leverage the folks on the ground, how to leverage the voice, and how to move that system. It's a work in progress. But what I started telling people before I really had a plan was it needs to be what's good for New York, and it needs to be what's good for New Yorkers. And that's something that even now on a daily basis, when you have to be challenged on the inside on how to continue to center community, how to center best practices, how to center what is needed, I try to go back to that. So it's like I can have initiatives and I can have strategies, but it has to be good for New York and it has to be good for New Yorkers. And for New York, I think about New York City and New York. So not just the 5 boroughs that make our city, but our relationship with the land and with our regional land and regional partners. Upstate in New York, which is very different urban-wise, and also in our larger region. Because we have a lot of vibrant urban ag activity in the city, but if we don't have strong, genuine connections with our partners in the rest of our state, in other urban cities, or in our real partners, we're not gonna survive in New York City. Our water supply is reliant on our rural partners and stewards on that land for when it comes down to the city and how we use it on our community gardens and urban farms. So, I think to me, when it came down to the work, or what continues to be about the work, is how is there a way to move a city like New York that sees climate in one unique way, that might right now see food in a different way, but we need urban agriculture to be that nature-based solution that's climate smart and resilient. And our community members, our stakeholders, and what people understand from students to elders, and how they engage and are a part of that, and they should see themselves in the work. That's really how to move it, I think, in a city like ours, where it's still kind of siloed, is people need to see the work is already happening, but there are ways that we could be scaling it. And that is what we should be moving our infrastructure. That's where some of the money and resources and technical assistance should be, is getting opportunities to folks that are most impacted to be the ones that inform the policy. And my office is just a conduit to that.
All right now, okay. First of all, we got respect the wisdom of the people who came before us, the inside-outside game, and centering community. So thank you for those. You brought up a good point about collaboration across departments, city, state, federal. Can you talk about that, Case? You want to talk about that and how that impacts your work, and how do you go about doing that?
Sure. So collaboration, we can't do this. I don't think there's anyone in this room that would disagree that we can't do this work without deep, authentic collaboration where we speak our truth. And I think to tie a little bit into the inside-outside game with that too, I would say, at least in the county of Santa Clara, where I live and work, and through the Food System Work Plan, which I have the honor of being able to steward forward, we call out some pretty specific strategies for collaboration that include both I'm going to start with the most important, our Resident Advisory Council, which is fairly new, just getting going, where we are partnering with a nonprofit organization to lead that effort. So it's not a county, it doesn't sit with the county. The county helps to flow and provide funding for a nonprofit organization to work in close collaboration with residents from across our county who will, in a future iteration of it, be able to let go of that nonprofit and steward their work forward. to set the priorities that then the county, myself, and a future team, I hope, move forward. So we have the collaboration of our resident advocacy council. There is also the future vision of a leadership collaborative, which would be more focused on nonprofit organizations, some of our city staff across the 15 cities, hopefully not just creating another meeting for everybody to go to, but really valuing that constellation of food system, urban ag being one of them, economic empowerment organizations, workforce development, the list goes on, charitable food distribution organizations, but really honoring that constellation of talent and history that exists in Santa Clara County to come together as a collaborative. And then third, we call out a kitchen cabinet, and that is where I'm going to go with this inside-outside piece, but which is the county itself. And what I want to focus on is getting our own house in order to be able to receive the wisdom of our community. Because what I find, and I'm new, coming over from the nonprofit sector, but we are siloed, yes, and I guess that's not super surprising, but we also have a tendency to want to then just kind of attach to those, amazing nonprofits or, local residents and then impose our idea of what's next. And I think what I really want to spend some time on is understanding from across our procurement, public health, housing, Office of Sustainability, I could go on here, right? All of these parks and rec departments within the county, what is your understanding of food system, a strong, resilient food system? What is your understanding of our relationship with our community nonprofits that have been doing this work for much longer than we've been recognizing it? And when and how can we be ready then to be good partners, to actually be stewards of that relationship? So I think when I think about collaboration, I think about how we really are doing the deep, intentional work of preparing for authentic collaboration in our community. So I'll stop there. That's what I'll add.
Thanks, Case. Amanda, you want to add to that, or how do you feel?
Yeah, just a simple thought on that. I think that I was talking to some folks earlier, and it's really about that coalition building. It kind of gets back to the grassroots, but it's very hard for these politicians, these different agencies, the different sections of that to keep everything straight, much less definitions. And I think what I've seen success work in that is when you do come together with a common message. You may not have everything in common, but if you can agree on 2 or 3 things that are priorities and put that in front of it and be deliberate and intentional about it, you'll have a better chance of getting your voice heard. We've seen that in Portland, where we've got a lot of different groups, all wanting different things or similar things. And what's challenging is that, there's such a scarcity of funding that these organizations end up, competitive with one another. And then, the governments see that and they're like, well, what's going on here? They seem to be competing with one another when really we need to be coming together around common goals.
All right. You want? Go for it. You're the OG, Ash. You can do. You can do whatever you. No. 5 years in, yes, you can do whatever you want.
Driving me out. I just wanted to say that I felt inspired by what both of you said, and it just made me think about how when there's not collaboration, then the process just becomes extractive. Then it becomes exploitive.
Always.
If the people who are not most impacted are not put in the center, and really in the center, forms of leadership, getting paid for the work that they're doing, right? Because it's not always volunteerism, et cetera. Then it becomes extractive and exploitive. It means we're going into their communities, asking them to literally show up to our meetings, extract all the ideas and all the things we want, and then we just show up whenever we're ready to say, oh, we only really pushed one thing, right? Or we didn't have any money to push any of those items that you guys identified. Does that resonate with anyone here? I'm sure all of us have literally been in those meetings, right?
Yep.
So just no more of that. That is something for me where I'm just like, that is front and center in the work. So I just wanted to share one solid example. When we did our urban agriculture plan, we looked at how we're going to have all these people in the room. First of all, the person in power at the time told us we could only invite something like 25 people. And we said, absolutely not. 25 people is like one organization would show up, right? So what we did was we ended up inviting like at least 80 people. Not everybody shows up, right? But we split the invites into 3 parts. One part is city agency, one part is nonprofit and institutions, and one part is actually the people doing the work, right? So the farmers, the gardeners, the growers, these are the actual policy experts. The reason why we did 3 parts is because when we would have some meetings, guess who would overwhelmingly show up? The city people. Some of them have no business being in the room. They would just show up and take up so much space, grandstand the meetings, and guess who else does that? The nonprofits. No offense to the nonprofits in the room. I used to work for a nonprofit, so this is just the culture, right? Because as nonprofits, we just take up so much space. As city agencies, we think we're the experts, and so we put ourselves in the front. No more of that. So you have equal parts. You're not going to have more city agency than you are going to have the actual people doing the work. So that's how you can, that's just one example of how you can tweak a process to make sure that you're instilling, is this extractive or is it collaborative, right? Is this supporting and amplifying the voices who have been speaking for generations, or is this exploiting them? And you just keep asking yourself those questions every step of the way when you're formalizing your process for a new program or a plan in your city or whatever have you.
All right. Thank you so much. I got a new catchphrase, no more of that. I'm gonna be saying that. You're gonna come up to me, I'm just saying, no more of that. No more of that. So here in Detroit, land access has been a big, big issue for us. Prior to the formation of the Detroit Land Bank Authority, land was owned by multiple entities in Detroit, and it was really hard to catch land. And even now that most residential property has been consolidated under the land bank, it still can be a 2, 3, 4 year process. If you went to Oakland Ave, she may have told you the story. It took 15 years to purchase the land that she was already growing on. And this is, I mentioned the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund because we had people here growing on property that they didn't own. And then they couldn't figure out how to own it. And nor did they even have, the wherewithal to say, like, could I own this? It didn't even cross my mind. And I talk as one of the people who was a community gardener who didn't even think about, owning the property that I was living down the street from, caring from, stewarding, right? And so, I want to know, what is that like? What is that like in your cities? What are you seeing? Are we seeing land ownership, land trusts? What are the mechanisms that people are using to acquire property for farming in your cities? Cases like,
Yeah, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, they're not. Yeah, I think, I'm going to address that directly, and I want to tell a very quick story. So that's top of mind for me right now. So Silicon Valley, Santa Clara County, San Jose is completely out of reach for anyone to purchase just about anything related to land. Most residents. I think our average, median home price right now is $1.5 million, median. So when we're talking about the idea of urban ag and owning land for urban ag, I think we have some root cause issues that are deep and intractable. And we have an affordability crisis with regard to housing, cost of living. So these things are probably things you're all very familiar with from national news. So what I will say is I'm very focused in bridging with cities from the county's perspective, finding and strengthening ways to support urban ag through our own public land and access to public land. So both the county has a strong parks partnership program through our Parks and Rec department. We have not translated into 6 languages. that's Wednesday. I'll start on that. But we have an online, process. Could be more accessible. Been here since December. That's something I'm definitely going to get on. So the county has a process. City of San Jose, other cities across the county that I know of don't necessarily have a process, but do have precedents for some really long-standing, even lease agreements with all the protections of a lease in the state of California for nonprofits and urban ag operators. But one thing I just want to highlight this very quickly, and it goes back to that Inside Outside game again, is last night I received news directly from a community member about another community member whose home, her name is Cynthia, was destroyed last night in a fire. And I was on the phone during the reception because this community member called me, this is real, thinking I might want to go out, didn't know I was in Detroit, with her to help look for this community member's cats. Because I love cats, I'm a childless cat lady. And so I was like, you know what, Bertha, I would, but I'm in Detroit. But send me the list of everything else that she needs to, and I'm gonna ask my husband to put that stuff, including the cat carriers, on the front porch. And then anyway, so then this whole flood of there's a GoFundMe, there's whatever. So this is what I know from being on, in community about how mutual support, what it looks like, right? For someone who Cynthia is an urban ag warrior in our community. She also is a mom. She's a sister. She has gone out during COVID and door knocked, about vaccines. Now, the reason I'm saying this is because, so that's what I know from community and the way that community will immediately come in and around someone. And so what I want to know is then, when I'm in that kitchen cabinet meeting, does our county understand that program she was participating in, Juntos, which is a parks prescription program, that's our parks department. When she was knocking doors, that was from funding from our public health department, right? When she was a caterer, because she's part of a local food cooperative, she was catering at one of our supervisors' women's summit. She is, as an urban ag champion, in the fabric of our county. And I'm ending with, what will happen to that property where she and multiple families live together in one house? I'm gonna guess it's gonna get sold and it's gonna be developed and it won't be affordable anymore. And so the importance of really raising up the integration of urban ag into our housing policies, into our transportation, into land use and planning is, I can't think of anything more important than it. So it is the urban ag itself, but that deep understanding of how it interconnects is what's going to, in the end, allow us as a county to really stand with our community and build that mutual support to keep people in urban ag and in our county. So, yeah.
Thank you. That's a really important story. I'm not sure. I wanted to share a little bit about New York and and it might be different for other cities too. We do have this history of the majority of the community garden and green space that folks are growing on in the city to be under our Green Thumb program and contracts, license agreements in particular. The reality is for them, and it's been so for 30 plus years, there have been changes in the agreements, but many of the stakeholders still find the agreements that they have through Green Thumb and Parks to be limiting in terms of the work and scale of food producing that they want to do. They're not able to create job or workforce opportunities. It's rooted in volunteerism and sweat equity. And while that is great and needed for community work to continue to grow, it does cap people who want to, utilize their land to scale for genuine food justice as opposed to just food security for immediate community, or creating economic opportunities for folks so they can do it while they go to school, or do it part-time, or do it full-time. It creates this unintentional or maybe intentional disconnect where it keeps land stewards in a place of just focusing on land that they're never going to be able to own. And for the folks that want to grow more, or to scale up or do other climate resilient work like stormwater mitigation or connecting different models, we as a city have hit a wall or a gap or cap, if you will, with just those kind of license agreements. So even though those agreements have been extended from 3 years to 10 years, again, you're now in a tenure that you're just in this very particular stewardship. And to me, I think those are spaces that still need to be protected and they still need to grow. But as a city of New York, where we have such need of housing and food and climate need, we need to, and the majority of underutilized land really being under city property or in private, and I don't know if folks know that New York's very expensive. You know, to me, one of the opportunities is looking at underutilized land in our public inventory where folks haven't had the lens of urban agriculture. Most of the cities that have a purview or portfolio of land, they have a mandate that's very different. So a DOE, a Department of Education mandate, and when they look at land is very different in terms of what, say, Department of Environmental Protection would look at land or transportation. We right now as a city haven't had the opportunity to really explore, A, what is the genuine inventory of land with a new lens, a fresh criteria that is relevant to urban agriculture, land use activity? Can we create new agreements or lease agreements that would create more opportunities on land access that's within the city purview, but also new activities that would then be legal to be done? So can we have folks that are able to build land trusts or other, for-profit business or business activity that you're able to create a profit? So I should take a step back. In those license agreements that most of our folks are growing on, they're able to create revenue. They can have a farmer's market, they can grow food, they can sell their honey, but that money has to go back into the garden. So again, when I say like you're not able to pay for labor, that's part of why. You're not able to make a profit, but you can generate revenue. So what that has identified for the office is that we need new agreements that are relevant to where community stakeholders are at now, where the folks want to scale production and still do it for community benefit. But we need agreements that are relevant to support activity like that. We also need land agreements that agencies would then be encouraged to utilize their land in ways to incorporate more urban ag activity in it. So not just think of them as community gardens, but think of all the other practices, models that can be done in this underutilized land, whether it's indoor agriculture or soil-based work, if it's solar and solar and food production, if it's a place for storage, so folks are able to build value-added products or create, just have more infrastructure, more access to water. So for us, for the city, to me, it's exploring and being relevant about what we need right now in the face of climate change, but also the reality of when opportunities that come where are rooted in new contracts or new agreements, oftentimes the folks that need those agreements are not at the table to inform what they look like. And agencies tend to not really talk to partners or have the real relationships to talk to them. So you can create programs that miss those connections. So what we've been trying to do is identify not just where the land is, but demonstrate that there is a need for new agreements, license agreements that acknowledge that you're now trying to incorporate land for different scaled models, different scale practices, that we need the opportunity for folks to be able to do this work and be in solidarity with each other. So it may no longer just be under one unincorporated group of volunteers, but are we creating land opportunities and agreement opportunities so folks can come in together and say, like, we're a cooperative now and we want to be eligible for these agreements and these land use activities? Are we a small business now and we want to bring this work? Or even contractors. Some of the procurement work that we try to do right now, since that's going to longer work around land and license agreements, is trying to show folks that are practitioners in the work, there might be contracts or opportunities that you're eligible for, but if you're not in a structure like an LLC, sole proprietor, you're now not able to really demonstrate the work of your operations or qualify for certain loans or grants. That doesn't just have city implications, that has state implications, that has federal implications, because now you're not able to get a farm number or apply for a loan, or even thinking about liabilities. These are some of the nuance that, as a city that is so adamant about green space, we haven't really thought about how to empower the people who grow in these green spaces, but also that these are folks that deserve to be able to build businesses or profit generating so they can be sustainable in that model. And we can't just rely on folks to do food security work in our community gardens and not give them adequate access to resources. And that there might be new ways that we need to explore relationships at the state level or Fed level, where then we're thinking about how do we make the changes in our agreements that will make it easier for folks to apply and be eligible for larger grants, you know, to buy land or even get loans to build their businesses. Think about liability another way. Oftentimes, some of the grants and programs that people can apply to, not only do you have to demonstrate 1 to 5 years of operation or more, you also have to be able to have the burden of that liability. If you're still in a structure or by yourself, it's really hard for a lot of folks to say, I know how to grow or tend to this land, but I'm not going to be able to handle that liability. And we see that oftentimes too, and I'm sure folks see that as well, even in community-driven models like CSAs or farmers markets, folks that are on different properties, you get hit with that liability insurance, and there's no real collective purchasing way to manage it, or you're trying to do it on your own. So for us, it's not just, it's finding a way to try to explore the land opportunities, but also the agreements are going to be built in a way that's not going to be a barrier moving forward.
I see you got some work ahead of you to do, yeah. I got some work. Okay, does that mic work right there? Okay, so I know, I think if there's a volunteer who wants to take questions around, Amanda or Jay, did you have anything to say? And then if folks have questions in the crowd, you can head to that mic. But I feel like I saw you like, yeah, I want to say something. One of you said, no? Okay, about the land tenure piece. Because we heard from New York and California where prices are way up here. Detroit is in a different position. And what about Atlanta? What about Portland? What's happening? I saw one vacant lot in Philly for $10K plus, you know, so yeah, okay. Yeah. More than that now. Maybe, yeah. Okay, that was pre-COVID.
Yeah, I'll be brief on mine. I think so. For those who know, Atlanta is referred to as a developer city. Atlanta loves to knock something down to build something back up, right? And it's really offensive at times because we even do that with like historic buildings, cultural spaces, et cetera, et cetera. So Atlanta has gotten more and more expensive. I think we are in the top 5 of fastest growing metro areas in the country. The cost of property is going up, up, up. I know these are not just unique things to Atlanta. They're happening in a lot of different places. So I can't remember who said it, but trying to utilize public land for growing and urban agriculture, I think that's one of the strongest things you can do. I think what's really important is you got to realize your own landscape wherever you are, right? So for example, like you said in Detroit, where there's still a land bank program, which for us, from coming outside of Detroit, we think it's kind of modestly priced. So that's really amazing. Whereas in Atlanta, we don't have that same infrastructure. So, you know, we do have a Grows a Lot adoption program with 5-year leases or license agreements. Excuse me, it's not a lease, it's a license agreement. We're constantly advocating for more public lands to be dedicated to urban agriculture and food systems. We're just trying to leverage as much public property, underutilized, vacant property as much as possible. But again, I think what's most important is you got to look at your own landscape because every city is different, every municipality is different. Work with what you got, and then also push for more. But I think sometimes people miss the work with what you got part. Work with what you got and push for more, because if you're just pushing and not working with what you have, you can miss it. There's organizations now trying to build a farm in an old affordable housing community in Atlanta The cost of building that farm now versus when I told him to do that 7 years ago is a lot higher now. So work with what you got and then go from there.
All right. All right. Okay. We're going to make it quick. I think we have 15 minutes, so maybe 30 seconds. Questions.
Start my timer. Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Princess, and I'm a farmer in Philly and a steward of Lenape land. Thank you guys for lending your wisdom to the space. And I just got a question because not too many people raised their hands, Ash, when you asked if they had an urban ag plan for their respective cities. So what are some tips how they can get that going in an official plan? Because that content, what's the word, y'all? Continuity? Yeah. Being able to keep going after you've dedicated your time is of utmost importance. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what's up, Princess. And anyone else can answer? Does anyone else want to answer?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So real fast, how to get a plan for your city. It's definitely going to look different for everybody in this room. I'll just tell you that right off the bat. What worked in Philly may or may not work for you. The way that we got our plan in Philly is a long saga and pretty funny, but in a nutshell, the city of Philadelphia didn't come up with this on their own. They didn't even come up with hiring an urban ag director on their own. The advocates, again, inside-outside approach, collaboration. The advocates in Philly, which we have different groups and all across the city. We also have a really strong and powerful food policy council, the Philadelphia Food Policy Advisory Council. We worked in an urban ag subcommittee, and we had a hearing for urban ag in 2016, and city council members clapping, this is so fantastic, you guys are so fantastic, everything's great. 3 years went by, nothing changed. We didn't get any new water regs, we didn't get any better process to land, so we talked about license and lease agreements. We have them. Do they go out to people is a huge question, right? So nothing changed politically. So then a lot of us, including myself, organized to then start going inside and outside, pushing for an urban agriculture plan, so much so that we use the Food Policy Council as the platform to make the application to a foundation, a local foundation. That foundation funded the plan. So then we looked around and said, well, who's going to lead the plan, right? That's where the director position comes about. But where should the director position be placed? Because that's really important. It could be in the Office of Sustainability. It could be in the Office of our Department of Health. Why Parks and Rec, right? Parks and Rec, after some advocacy and also encouragement, decided that it wanted to be the leader in this space on the municipal side. So then they put the application out, and someone from our community, i.e. myself, applied and got the job. Do you see what I'm saying? So it really does, you have to kind of look at the whole trajectory. Where do we start? And of course the work doesn't end, but where do we start and how do we hit those points, right? You don't just show up and ask for an urban ag plan. You gotta kind of do this sort of background work. Who's gonna lead it? Who's gonna steward it? Who's gonna be on the committee? How are we gonna implement it afterwards? Where's the money for that? So then we go back to that same foundation who gave us the money to do it and said, give us money to implement it now, right? So it's like, it's all about strategy. That's how you implement a plan and get that across in your own city. Hopefully that's helpful, y'all. And we also put land in the center of our food systems plan. So if you look at any traditional food systems diagram, land's never in it. So we decided to put land right in the center, and we added another level of food system, which is the people who hold the work, is a ring around the food system. So we added 2 extra chapters or platforms in the food system for Philadelphia. You might want to consider that too, or add a different sector that's important to you. But land security is the #1 issue for growers in Philadelphia, so land had to be the center. It's the first chapter in our plan.
Okay, next year, y'all better raise some more hands. Who got a plan?
Can I offer? I totally echo what Ash said, and especially within like a municipal plan and engaging with advocates for sure. I think in thinking about taking a step out of the city, I think if there are cities or counties that are still interested in building a strategic plan, one thing I would suggest to continue to explore is the relationships that your existing offices or folks in government roles have, and also think about some of our federal agencies and partners that are starting to get more out in our cities and counties. So I'm thinking like Farm Service Agency and urban ag directors in counties in particular. Many of our urban cities either have new committees or starting to have them, and I think that these are partners that could be really helpful in terms of how to help build some of that advocacy, how to help build, and especially spaces that may not have that traction or anchor of an office or an urban ag director, but thinking about ways to coalesce around what is needed. Kind of like what Ash was saying, like land security, putting that first, the opportunities around funding and grants. These are some of the ways that we can connect with FSA partners, other federal partners, and I think meeting folks on the ground, and I think about some of the board representations that we have in New York City. If I was starting from scratch 2 years ago, they would have been some of the first folks I reached out to.
All right, all right. Okay, we'll take another question.
Yes, hi. I'm Jennifer Trice, and I'm from University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And Princess, thank you. I'm going to jump off of that. Just to give all of us more work to do. Do we have any algorithms in your plans? And what I mean by that is, how many square feet does each of your city have? And how many square feet, if it was perfectly grown, what are you growing? How many people does it feed? Where is the storage? Where is the distribution? Does it go to the school? How does it, fit into businesses? I know that's a lot to process, but we do have some tech people here. And I was just thinking, that helps us plan on a very unsexy level with numbers. How much does New York City have right now, in underutilized space, but beyond the land? Can we get into buildings? And that, to me, at least for me, is really sexy, interesting, powerful information, where we know how many people we can employ, how much should things cost. And that gives us so much leverage, and I would love to work with anybody and anyone that's in here, but do you have anything in your plan utilizing those numbers going forward?
Yeah. That's a good, is that a question for me directly?
Oh, we talked yesterday.
We talked, I just want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's
So,
to everybody up here, because
Okay.
you're all having the same plans of a limited amount of space. And so what is it that these really creative, amazing people can do and grow in that space?
Oh, sure. No, thank you. I mean, I'll answer it for me, and then I want to make sure I have space and time for other folks to answer. I mean, the reality for my plan is we're an office that's 1.5 years, and we get 0 city funding to do the work that we're doing. That said, I've found ways to try to continue to leverage state and federal funding to do some of our base work. So the first report came out, we didn't have really, we had measures that we were trying to reach, because I was really pressed to figure out how I was gonna build data or how to compile data in urban ag, because it's really hard to do that and get comprehensive data. And also the realities of not getting supported to find that data. So for me, it was like in the last 1.5 years, how do I actually identify how important and critical urban ag data is in New York City, how to find tools that are going to be practical for stakeholders to actually use, and to find a way to make this sustainable enough that the city, or leverage other existing data sets that the city would actually use and see. So the short answer is, in this next coming year, with our new metrics of progress report, what I'm trying to find ways is how to use existing data to tell that story from really the baseline that we started from year 1, but how to realistically build in algorithms or tools and measures when we don't have that funding, because it's a chicken or the egg, for lack of a better term, on knowing that there's a need for comprehensive urban ag data, but not being resourced to gather it. And I'm sure other urban ag cities that are trying to get that data struggle with that too. But where I want to start is where everything should start, is with the community. And so it's been doing the homework on, for me, honestly, it's not so much the square footage of a building, Because if Department of Building isn't going to engage on a program, it's not going to matter. But it's been, how can I inform what is needed in a way that they'll listen, Department of Building, Transportation, but really think about what is the need of community and how to demonstrate the work that's already happening, how to quantify the bounty and the yield that's here in the city and what we could do more of, and how does that inform the initiatives that the city has. So it's a work in progress in terms of how to find a way to define urban ag in a city that's relevant for community and building tools and approaches that people are going to want to trust and engage with first before I can say this is how it is.
Yes, and I think trust. So we talk about tools, and in Silicon Valley we have a lot of tools. We have no end to the number of technological tools and methods, I think, for examining algorithms. One thing I wanted to say is that I feel that my position, which is in the Office of the County Executive, which is great for visibility, great for for credibility, great for being near where certain kinds of decisions are made, it also does not make it easy in many cases to show up and ask for even departments within the county, much less nonprofits, even though I was working alongside many of them, and ask or suggest, hey, let's all go out and start sharing data, and let's all, don't worry, we'll help build this system, and here's how we can all input data. So I think I'm really focused on trust building, on relationship building, and taking the time that's necessary before I really start to focus on conversations about tools to share data. And I think that, and that data is very powerful, that is true, but without those relationships, we won't find that. And I think that there has been so much, there has not been an acknowledgement of the urban ag and food systems work that's been done, and it has resulted in a lot of organizations really turning on either each other, turning on local government, instead of all of us turning toward something together. And so I think, tools when that time is right, and in the meantime, trust.
All right. All right. All right, I'm going to take one more question. We also have one online. And only because it's Miss Betty Wiggins up there. Go ahead.
First, thank you very much, and I'll do my disclaimer. I'm a native Detroiter, very proud of it. Been transplanted to Houston, Texas, and very proud of that as well. What I have to say to all of you people, and not in a pejorative kind of way, is that I see all these municipalities up here, mayor's office. Do you know who the second largest owner of available property is in your area? It's the schools. Why aren't there some Board of Education presidents up there? Because they make policies. I opened up 84 school gardens here in Detroit, never paid one water bill. All I had to do was go to the school board. Please ensure that urban agriculture invite the schools to the table, just like they did in the Food Policy Council in Detroit. I was invited to the table, and we grew as a collaboration. So my question is, in your schools, do you have a K-12 representative? Because one of the greatest potential buyers for your urban agriculturalists are institutional buyers, people like me. I serve on a committee called Growing Justice, and one of the things we're doing is offering grants to BIPOC people of color to give them the capacity to enter into the institutional markets. Because I'm in Houston now, I buy $63 million worth of food. I'm not looking for a one-time hit. I'm looking for a 1, 2, 3-year contractor to buy for me. In order for urban agriculture to really impact your local economy, you gotta have some institutional buyers. It's nice to have farmers markets. You need institutional buyers, 1, 2, 3-year contract. So that's more of a statement, and for people to know that farm to school ain't nothing just a little cute idea with first or second graders. It is really an economic engine that can support urban agriculture. So I want to thank you.
Okay, you see why I gave her the last question. That's Miss Betty Wiggins, who was in the Office of School Nutrition here in Detroit for so long and did so much good work. And, you know, in conjunction with what she said, we did have a question online that says, how important is teaching the youth about the many avenues? And so this really ties into what Ms. Wiggins is saying there, just noting that ag is not just about farming, urban ag, it's the largest industry in the United States. So Ms. Wiggins brought up the economy. Jay Olu, I want to leave it with you to answer this question about the future, the youth, working with schools. What do you think?
You know, I know it sounds cliche, but of course the children are the future. So yes, thumbs up on all of that, as Ms. Betty said. So we have the Atlanta Public Schools Department. Atlanta Public Schools is not operated underneath the leadership of the mayor. It's its own entity, and just like the Housing Authority is also its own entity. So there are some different kind of leadership structures there. All of the schools in the city of Atlanta are eligible to have farms and gardens at their site. So that's a thumbs up. What I have found from experience is you have some folks like Miss Betty who have been, and I think Detroit is ahead of it. I went to Drew Farm yesterday. I thought it was amazing, and had a vision of that. Is actually want to apply for a USDA grant. But I think sometimes you have people in communities who are already into work. Sometimes they're parents, sometimes they're advocates. But then there are also some other schools that are under-resourced. The teachers are already tired, they're stressed. There's the summertime, what do you do? So we've been working on, working with some nonprofit organizations, working from our municipal space to work more closely with the schools and create some new collaborations, basically. So I'm a huge advocate for it. We actually have been applying for some roles to be able to help facilitate some school gardens. We do have quite a few of them. I think it's great, and also I think it's something you have to look at in your individual municipal space, because there's just some different kind of things that go with that. One more thing I'll say about it is Atlanta Public Schools, they're updating their food and wellness policy. My understanding is all school districts do this every 3 to 5 years or something like that. So that's a great opportunity. We're in the process of that, and we're really uplifting gardens and farms at schools right now and adding that into the APS food and wellness policy, which would then ideally open up the door for some more resources and funding so we can really elevate and uplift more school gardens and things of that nature. So huge advocate for it. I think it's where the future needs to be, and it's just another one of the things. It's like a both-and situation. It's like we need schools, we need K to grade, we need elders, we need young farmers, we need all the things, but schools are a great place for sure.
All right, and that was a great place to wrap up. The person who had the final question, I think all of our panelists will be sticking around, so please do make sure you get to them and get the question answered. Please give it up for this amazing panel. Knowledge, wisdom, heart, spirit. The future is in good hands. Thank you, and I think, oh. Thank you, Kiana. All right, thank you, Marcus. Oh, you got a mic.
All right. Everybody good? All right, one quick announcement before we break here. On your schedule at 4:30, there's a session that says USDA Farm Service Agency Cooperator Network meeting. Note, if you are with an organization that has a cooperative agreement directly from USDA that's related to the initial 17 pilot cities, or you have a cooperative agreement with Time, that session is for you to attend. That's an opportunity for you to engage with other cooperators, but also we will have representation there from the USDA's Farm Service Agency to answer questions. And so if you have a cooperative agreement in one of the 27 pilot cities for urban agriculture, and some of you may be saying, I don't know who that is. If you have an agreement, you know that's you, all right? So that session is for you this afternoon, and refreshments will be served at that session. There was something else that Kim told me to remind you, but I forgot. I hope you enjoy the afternoon breakout sessions. And thank this wonderful panel again, and thank you, T, for moderating that.
I just want to say I have executive summaries of my plan, but I only have like 12, and one in Spanish. So if you're gonna do a plan, I highly just suggest just come pick one up. But I only have 12 and one in Spanish. Oh, you know that.